Good morning.
Hey, George. Randy has arrived, Beth. Waving his hand wildly.
Morning, gents, ladies.
All right, it's 8:31. Time to start our meeting of the Board of County Commissioners in Clear Creek County. The very first topic is public comment, and we have a few. We always have a few agenda items that people might want to weigh in on, and today's no different. Looking at the attendee list, we have a few people who've joined us. So if anyone has joined us for the purpose of making a public comment, please raise your hand by pressing the raise hand at the bottom of your screen. And then Beth will elevate you to a panelist, and you can give us 3 minutes of whatever's on your mind.
I just crossed over Tom Harvey.
Okay. Hey, Tom, welcome to the meeting. If you wouldn't mind just letting us know what your address is, and then you can speak your piece. And as soon as you unmute yourself, you'll be able to speak your piece.
All right, you would like my address?
Yeah, just for the record.
1562 Silver Cloud Circle, Georgetown.
Perfect. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. I'll start with my topic is about COVID and the mask requirement in schools. So I'll start with an example of an oxymoron. Obviously, you know, this is a combination of words that have opposite meanings. An unenforced mandate. That's a good example of an oxymoron. And that's what you guys have done as our government. You have put out confusion, and it resulted in a lack of trust in government. An unenforced mandate. Can you imagine what that has done to this county? COVID has, and I'm talking now about school-age children. COVID has never and does not now pose any risk of death or serious harm to children. School-age children have a 0% statistical chance of dying from COVID. From Sweden to Texas, Florida, and many other states, to Platte Canyon here in Colorado, who never required masks in schools, the sickness and death rates are the same or lower than they are where masks are required. You have prevented nothing and caused great damage, even though you don't want to talk about it. During the 2 years of COVID, 70,000 school-age children died from all causes. 1% of them died from COVID. 99% died from other causes, but you focused on COVID. In Clear Creek County, 10 deaths out of 9,397 people is 0.1%. That's 100 times worse death rate than the death rate for children, the 10 in our county. No matter how you look at it, children have never been at risk. These numbers prove it. So the glaring question for you three commissioners, and especially Commissioners Wheelock and Marlin, is why? Can you, in the next couple hours when you get to this, can you logically explain to the parents and citizens why you put mental and physical pain and suffering, isolation, torture and abuse on our children. You have taken away a big chunk of their childhoods that can never be regained. You and public health have done irreparable harm. It should never have happened, and it can never happen again. Now, real quick on disinformation, misinformation, wrong and bad information. I have a lot of examples. I don't have time to go to them. You said you're going to do an after action review. In this case, is really a post-mortem. You need to consider these examples. You allowed a letter from an overzealous Santa Claus, a letter on COVID. When are you going to explain what actually happened there? That's inexcusable. You played follow the leader with Jeffco. They have had to fire their public health director after 1 year. How bad do you have to be to get fired after 1 year? But that's who we have used as our benchmark and our model. I'm almost done. Commissioner Wheelock used Loveland as an example. Apparently, he never went up to the upstairs in the basin or the valley. I'm there all the time, where people and their germs from all over the world packed in, not socially distanced, but because they were eating, all is okay. It's magic. Now that the vax has turned out to be a dud, it has been soundly rejected by the parents in this county. They're at very low rates putting that jabbing into their kids. I was with my family medical provider yesterday who has 7 kids, and he refuses to give them the vaccine. The vaccine is over. It doesn't even work for Omicron. When you discuss this later, my last sentence, when you discuss this later, I challenge each of you to try to explain why, in semi-scientific terms, why you imposed a mask mandate on our school children. You need to justify the abuse you have caused. Free the children. You've tortured them far too long. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much, Mr. Harvey. And just as a quick reminder to everyone who's in the meeting today, the purpose of public comment is to let you do exactly that, to make a comment that's put into the record, which is why we asked for your address. And it's not a dialogue. So Randy and George and I are not going to really be responding to any of this right now. And we will be taking up the potential removal of the mandate later on in the agenda today, I believe at 11 o'clock. So thank you again. Who is next?
I crossed over somebody listed as anonymous, so they're next.
Okay, anonymous, I see you're here. You just need to unmute yourself, let us know who you really are and where you live, and then speak your piece.
Morning, gentlemen. My name is Saber. My address is 757 County Road 308. I live in Dumont, Colorado. Ladies and gentlemen of Clear Creek County, I'm here today as an employee of the county and a local resident to inform you of a serious financial situation. Between the months of July to November, county employees who worked overtime were overpaid by more than double time. A system error with our new payroll program from AltaPro resulted in the county losing more than $91,000 over the course of 7 pay periods. I have several issues with this situation and the decisions that were made from it. First, I'd like to address the communication. I had coworkers approach HR back in October to notify them that they'd been overpaid. Nothing was done, and the problem continued into November before finally being corrected. When we received emails 2 weeks into January that stated employees had been overpaid, we were informed we would need to pick a payment plan to garnish our wages to pay it back. I personally owe over $1,200, but there's an alarming amount of those who owe several thousands. So why did it take so long to let us know there was an issue even after people came forward? Why was it so hard to get answers about our W-2s and taxes? HR will not fix our W-2s to disregard the overpayment. The solution is to garnish the amount owed pre-taxed. This doesn't solve anything, though. Instead, we now have to pay taxes on the overpay for those owing in the thousands. It changes their tax bracket. And by garnishing the amount owed pre-tax, that will dramatically drop their earnings and place them in a whole new bracket in the coming year. My second issue is the effect that this has had on everyone in the community. I have coworkers who have had their payment plans extended well into next year and are still worried about how they'll be able to afford their homes, their groceries, their child care.
Go ahead.
Let's see. I should mention, though, that this only applies to the employees who still work for the county. Those who have left or are going to leave will not be pursued, which means that there will be a loss in taxpayer money that cannot be recouped. It also means that there will be a loss in taxpayer money spent on training, uniforms, equipment. It would also be a huge loss in taxpayer money spent on training, uniforms, equipment, and it would be a huge loss in the combined years of experience from people who weren't here for the little pay we do make, but because they were dedicated to our community. That loss in funds ultimately could have gone to our community by helping to fund our schools, our libraries, our medical centers, even going back into fixing things like our decrepit jail that's falling apart. And finally, the lack of transparency and the loss of trust it produced. There was an executive session in October to discuss the county budget. Commissioners neglected to invite any of their constituents, to include our sheriff. I find this odd because exactly $52,715.24 was overpaid to sheriff office employees alone. The median property tax in this county is $1,424, which means over 60 residents have paid into this error. So why wasn't the community informed? If this was really just the result of a system error, then why not pursue AltaPro for the funds? Why are we hurting loyal employees financially for something out of their control? If this was brought up months ago to HR, then why didn't we look into other options until the error was fixed? I would have gladly taken a check every 2 weeks if it meant not being overpaid and now owing my county. Due to how all this was handled, I drafted a memorandum of understanding that stated I would willfully agree to have my wages garnished as long as my W-2s were corrected. This was turned down by the county attorney, who said that there was no obligation to enter such an agreement. He went on to say that if I didn't pick a payment plan, the entire amount owed would be garnished from a single paycheck, and I would only be able to pay for my home or my car or my groceries that month, but not all of it. I'd be missing something. So how am I supposed to trust my county attorney if he won't consider something in writing about how my paychecks are garnished? How am I supposed to trust that my HR team won't miss another system error for months that we may all have to pay for? How am I supposed to trust that my commissioners won't be transparent with the employees or the community when they hold executive sessions without elected officials that should be involved, when they won't look into solutions that were presented to them? My trust is broken. So I will stand with the elected officials that stood up for us. I will stand with my sheriff and undersheriff, and I will help stand up for our deputies, our dispatchers, paramedics, court clerks, and everyone in between who has now been hurt by these decisions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. That was quite a long statement, and I'm going to give our county manager and attorney an opportunity to make any statements they want a little bit later in the agenda during the county manager update. Has anybody else come here to make a public comment on anything that's on the agenda today, or anything else that may be on your mind? Looking at the attendee list, don't see any hands going up. And I see that there have been a few comments put in the chat. You're always welcome to do that, as long as we maintain a degree of professionalism, which we've always done so far. So no further public comments. I will close public comment. And we do not have any other agenda items until 9:15. Peter, Brian, do we have anything that we could accelerate, or do you think we should just take a little early break until 9:15?
We can definitely do an executive session now if you'd like. I do have to send the Zoom link, but we can do one of them.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay. We are going to move into executive session, and our next agenda items at 9:15, and all of us will return to this same meeting then.
Okay. I do need a motion.
Yeah, sorry. I move the board move into executive session to discuss the following matters.
Pursuant to CRS 24-64024A and E, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real property or other property interest in property suitable for affordable housing. And 2, determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned property. And just in an abundance of caution, in case we run through that quickly, pursuant to CRS 24-64024A and E, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the lease, transfer, or sale of any real personal or other property interest in property located at 240 Colorado Highway 103, Idaho Springs, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned property. And I will send the Zoom link.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. The board will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept and no decisions will be made. See you back here at 9:15. All right. Looks like we're all back. The board's concluded our executive session. No written minutes were kept. No decisions were made. Back seated as a regular session as Board of County Commissioners. And we have our 15 or 13-minute County Commissioner update. I don't think I have anything to add this meeting. So Randy, George, who wants to go next?
I just a couple of things, and we've talked about them, just a little more progress in a couple of areas. We are received some information, some preliminary information on tolling and operation ideas for the Floyd Hill Lane and hours of operation for the new Floyd Hill project, when that goes, which is still 4 years out, even from being completed 4 to 4.5 years, if everything goes well. And so we're having discussions about that with CDOT and also fire egress on Floyd Hill. And I think we're in a process that's going to go pretty well and try to address each of those issues. We're digging some more information up on a couple of those items, and we'll be bringing that back in future weeks soon to update the board. Just every once in a while, there come things that they're kind of policy things and positions that we wish to take, and so we'll be coming to see on that. And with regard to renaming, all of the tribe's proponents and the Evans family have been directly notified. Some have responded. We do have information on the renaming process on the website, on the Facebook page, and there will be ads starting tomorrow for the next 3 weeks in the Clear Creek Current to make sure the public is well notified. And according to Beth, we're getting quite a bit of comment back in already. So that's good that we're having a robust process to inform that decision when we get around to it. And we're planning, again, just may as well say that on the 1st, we'll have at 10 o'clock at our meeting on March the 1st, we'll have however many of the proponents show up. They've all responded that they want to. We'll see how that goes. Of each one of the naming proposals, give us a presentation for about 10 minutes or so and a Q&A with each of them with the county commissioners with no public comment at that meeting. And then we'll have a special public comment hearing. So there's plenty of time for public comment at 6 o'clock on the 8th, and then bring it back for action, discussion and potential action on the 15th at our county commissioner meeting. So and that's all I got.
Okay, thanks, Randy. George?
Yeah, I got a handful of things here. First off, you all might have seen an email from Accelerate Colorado. I noticed it. They are planning on doing the DC trip, same dates as last year, June 8th to 10th. And we have a credit for it. We have credit for 2 flights. I think we were all the way back in 2020 planning on Randy and I going, but we can rediscuss that at some point. So this is just a heads up. The other thing I did reached out to Accelerate because I've been trying to figure out how best to track the Senate and their progress on passing a budget. The House budget resolution has $1 million for the Wellness Center inside of it. And if the Senate decides that they would like to pass a budget, that money will probably be in it. So I've reached out to Accelerate to ask them if they can help us just track that and
Don't get your hopes up.
whether anything will happen.
Yeah, I think we'll be there. There's that process through which we can add to asks, and they haven't really gotten into that with us yet this year. So we need to get that. Sounds like a real important item to add to our previous list of Good Sam and some of the transportation stuff.
Yeah, no, I didn't even think that we might be able to get it to be one of their positions that they lobby for. We might find other members of Accelerate Colorado that also would like to see the Senate pass a budget.
Right. And I think each of us gets to add stuff where there's things that we put into their policy agenda. So each year. Anyway, sorry, I'm interrupting.
No, it's fine. So then the other thing is I've been having conversations with Xcel Energy. There's a bill that reclassifies some pumped hydro facilities as recycled energy. I reached out to him to try to understand if that would change the status of Cabin Creek. And in that conversation, I just got curious about that facility. And Excel thinks it would be good to do a tour of that facility at some point. And I indicated that I would like that and that I would share with you all that that is an opportunity that could be coming up. Lastly, on the Navigator program, just a couple of heads up, or not last week or 2 weeks ago, we heard a recommendation to hire a behavioral health navigator. A couple things have come out since then. One of them is you heard me talking about Boulder County's Navigator program and how I felt that was a model. And then I reached out and I discovered that Boulder County had, for some reason, folded that Navigator program. So we've set up a meeting. We've set up a meeting to understand what happened over there. Sarah is going to attend. Brian, I think you're going to attend. So I just wanted you all to know about that. The other thing that happened is we learned that the state has hired a behavioral health navigator for a region, including Park, Clear Creek, and Gilpin. And so I just because I'm aware of those things, wanted to make you aware of them as well.
Can I add to that, George?
Please.
In talking with Sarah, that position the state added is not working with clients. It's only working with providers. So there's not as much of an overlap as we were thinking there was going to be. So they do
What
not.
kind of navigation is that?
It's a community connector position. It's not technically called a behavioral health navigator, but they're going to be working with providers, not with clients. That's the extent of my knowledge at this point. We need to have Sarah follow up on that, but that there's not as much as an overlap as we initially thought.
And we've exhausted my knowledge too. Just mostly wanted to give you all a heads up that some new information has come in.
Yeah, that's helpful. And I appreciate you doing some due diligence. I mean, I like the idea of certainly of giving the public the tools that they need to find the resources that they are lacking or they need. It didn't seem to me that we had a lot of definition around how we would quantify success or how we would figure out whether the program was really working in the way that we wanted it to. And I think you're asking all the right questions, George.
Thank you. And that's all from me.
Like I said, I don't have anything today. And we can just start the county manager update a little bit early, perhaps.
All right. I had a couple calendaring things to remind you of and a question. So tomorrow, Wednesday, the 16th at 1:30 is the Clear Creek Resiliency Collaborative meeting. So that's a meeting that's been going on for how long, George? A couple of years, I guess, since COVID has started, of all the community stakeholders. We met last meeting. We've canceled so many now that I'm forgetting if they're monthly or every other week, but the last meeting we did have Tim give a COVID update, but we've canceled several because we just haven't had much of an agenda to warrant meeting. And so I wanted to throw out, do we want to keep this meeting on the calendar? Do we want to free that calendar space up for all of you and our community partners, and recognizing there may be some space and need to bring them all back together at a future date. But I mean, again, just given we've been canceling so many, just to free up that space on people's calendars and figure out how we want to move forward from there. I just wanted to ask that question to the board.
Randy?
Yeah. What's the question again?
So it's a meeting that's been sitting on our calendars for over 2 years. We've canceled majority of the meetings over the last 6 months. Question is, do we want to keep that on the calendar, or do we want to cancel that, free up that space? All of the community partners are on that agenda, or on that calendar invite, right? So all of the municipalities, all of the various stakeholders, again, that we work with throughout the county. And the question is, do we want to keep this meeting on our calendars and keep canceling it, or do we want to free that space up? And I just didn't want to go hit cancel without, given it was going on before I got here, just so when you hit cancel before hearing the input of the board.
I can weigh in real quick, Randy, while you're contemplating your answer.
Yeah.
I think that it was really wonderful to be able to assemble that group of people. It's also very costly because there were so many decision makers scheduling that time. I would love to keep doing that, provided that we can come up with some really meaningful agenda items for long-term projects that we're working on, other than getting past COVID. that would warrant everyone's attention and involvement. And I don't know what those could be, but I think somebody would need to take ownership of that to be able to kind of publish a universe of all the things that we might want to talk about and then march through it. And maybe that's a small enough universe where this doesn't make sense, but I did really appreciate the ability to have everyone together like that.
Mhm. Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. If we're going to keep it on the calendar, somebody's going to have to decide that we're going to make it meaningful and do that, because I don't want to just say, yeah, we still think this is a great idea, and then have us all go back to our day jobs. You know, I mean, keep doing all the other stuff we're working on and keep canceling the meeting. I'm not interested in that.
And maybe it's quarterly and we talk about things like housing and recreation and things that span across all the different local governments.
Moving into quarterly could make sense. I think I agree with the sentiment of the group. Really, the thing is, we don't have, I don't think, and Brian, correct me if you're wrong, if you think I'm wrong, I don't think we have anyone on our team with the bandwidth to make that time functional. I hope that's a short-term condition. I know we need to figure out how we're replacing all of the effort and service that Alyssa provided as our recovery coordinator. And it occurs to me that, you know, recovery at a certain point starts to look a lot like economic development. And the CCRC as a group starts to look a lot like what we tried to do under mass economics a few years back. I think we need to have that space as a community to have those conversations, but I don't think we can leave these meetings on our calendar in the meantime. We could decide to do schedule one in a quarter and give ourselves a quarter to see if it even stays on the calendar.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a good idea, George, to set it out that far. I know I've gotten, I think that we're at a place where recovery is important, but you're right. It feels more like it's economic development and opportunity, and it's kind of like we have several different areas that we're working on to help make that work for everybody right now. I mean, we're working on housing. We talk about jobs and trying to diversify economy and bringing people, you know, other ways in so that we're, you know, there's so many different areas that we're working on, the things that are required to recover that are individual efforts, that it feels like a quarterly house cleaning to come together and see how well it's going and check in with each other's good and have time to bring stuff up where it can percolate and be a strong conversation when we get there.
Yeah, this might be a good follow-on topic for our strategy retreat, which I believe is exactly a week from today.
Mm-hmm. I just want to add, of course, there are crucial behavioral health elements to recovery, and I don't want anyone to think that we're ignoring those. At this point, I think built behavioral health recovery kind of in its own lane, and that's appropriate.
That's kind of what I thought that there were probably a lot of things I could have mentioned, like housing. And I think my point was that we're working on all those things as it is right now. And I think that process of having gone through those recovery discussions has helped us not identify, but really put some legs behind and some power and some intent behind a lot of those areas that we talked about for a long time while not doing much about them. And now I think we're doing a lot. We're trying to do a lot more about those areas, and we need to keep doing that. So so definitely at least a quarterly to keep the fire burning.
Okay, did you get what you hoped for?
Okay, so I'm hearing a quarterly meeting. That means we're going to cancel the meeting that's on the calendar tomorrow.
I would think so.
And then a message needs to go out to the entire group that we are going to be meeting on a quarterly basis moving forward.
And maybe even invite them for their input on how they would maybe get the most value out of a quarterly gathering. So, I mean, I don't view this as something that's necessarily 100% county driven, right? If one of the municipalities has something that is high on their radar that if they believe affects their neighbors, then that could work its way onto one of the quarterly agendas too.
I think that's a good suggestion, Sean. And Brian, I don't mind sending that email out. But I don't need to take it
That's
away.
fine. That, yeah, I mean, you know that you've worked with that group much more closely than I have. So we want to cancel them all and then set up a quarterly meeting and determine if that meeting works, then we'll schedule more from there.
I think so. Yeah, so I'll put a meeting 1 quarter from tomorrow in a calendar invite. And then in an email, kind of explain this conversation and ask for the feedback that Sean suggested we ask for, which is a good idea.
Okay, then after you do that, then I'll cancel the existing meeting series. Okay. All right, we got a plan. Another friendly reminder, we have a joint meeting with the Fire Authority Board this Thursday, 6 p.m. We will have an executive session to follow. Monday is a holiday for the county. It's President's Day. And then Tuesday is our retreat day. So we got a 3-day week and then moving right into a retreat. So 8 a.m. light refreshments in the BOCC room, 8:30 start.
This will be our first in-person meeting in the courthouse since COVID started.
Yeah, I typically would not schedule this kind of a meeting in that room, same room where you meet on a regular basis, but it's been so long, I'm not so sure it's going to matter at this point. So, yeah. And that's all I got.
Okay.
Unless you wanted comments on the earlier public comment.
I leave that to your discretion.
Well, I guess all I can say is it is a very unfortunate accident that happened with the setup in the new payroll system. And honestly, I think we were in a no-win situation. We had a bunch of employees that were paid money they didn't earn, and it's taxpayer money, and we needed to recoup it. And we tried to develop a plan that allowed them to pay that money back over the longest period of time as possible. That's through this existing fiscal year. We had several conversations about it with our leadership team, where Sheriff Albers was invited and was a participant, at least one of them, if not more. So the sheriff was certainly part of that discussion at the leadership team level. And as you all know, I briefed each of you individually on this issue, and it's unfortunate, and it's no one's happy about what happened, and we have to make as many corrections as possible to ensure it never happens again. But I just don't know how we could not go back and collect taxpayer money that was paid to our staff members that wasn't earned. And it's unfortunate, but that's the reality of the situation.
Yeah, and for those who are listening to the earlier public comment, staff gets direction from the Board of County Commissioner in many different ways. One of them is at public meetings like this. One of them is executive sessions. And executive sessions are very strictly defined. And you'll notice that Peter always cites the specific statutes associated with them. We're only allowed to have them to discuss very specific matters. And then the third way that staff gets direction from the board in certain items is Brian or Peter can reach out to us individually and have an opportunity to explain what's going on and get our feedback on that. Peter, I don't know if you think that what I just said requires any further clarification.
No, just the fact that at no point when we do speak to you individually are decisions made, but rather we do get feedback and the desire to learn whether or not we need to have executive sessions on these type of things. Ultimately, this was a decision that was well thought out. I will tell you also that the caller, or the person who did speak, actually has a 9-month payment plan. She was offered I believe 3 or 4 options of how to pay it back. She did not initially choose, and then she did propose a memorandum of understanding, but we didn't do that with any employees. This was all done through email communications, as far as I know, and I believe that individual has actually made a public records request for that information, and that's being compiled. But just so you know, ultimately she was put on the 9-month payment plan. So she has 9 months to pay back the amount of money that she was overpaid. And as Brian did point out, this is taxpayers' money. And at the end of the day, this was money that was not earned by these individuals. And fortunately, one employee did report the overpayment out of the many employees who had received it. And that one employee caused our HR department to go back over time and evaluate and determine that there was a broader problem in the payroll system. So that has been corrected as far as I understand. And that's where we are. So that particular caller this morning, just so you know, has had 9 months, will have 9 months to pay back the amount that she owes.
Thanks. And yeah, one thing I did want to say is I really appreciate people's expectations of professionalism and transparency on this board. And I know all three of us take that responsibility very seriously and at all times do everything we can to follow the rules to the letter. And I don't know, George or Randy, if you have anything to add to that.
I think the only thing I would say is so that people understand the context of when we get a call from Brian individually, it's not to facilitate some kind of a conversation between us or relay what I have no idea what George or Sean think about or what their conversation was or what they say with Brian, for example, when he called me about this issue. What'll happen is Brian will call me up and say, here's the situation. Here's our attorney's advice. This is the only thing we can do legally. Do you object to that? And if I say yes, then we end up having to have a meeting, either an open meeting or an executive session, depending on what the nature of the subject matter is. And so they do that to expedite a problem when there's been, so, I mean, I consider this to be an emergency type situation. We learned about it very late, right before everybody else learned about it, when it finally came through the channels and the research was done and they realized what was going on. And so very sorry it happened. And it's, I think we're all very intent on correcting that situation to see that it doesn't happen again. And it's no point in making a lot of excuses. We went through a lot of turnover in the last year during the COVID thing, and we have a lot of new people on board that are finding a couple of issues and we're fixing them.
Maybe the only thing I'll add to that is that I know myself and the others on this board put our trust in the county manager to navigate these hard situations. And he describes it correctly. This is a no-win situation, to navigate them as compassionately and intelligently as possible. Brian, I think you've done so in this case. It's just a really unfortunate situation. The other thing that I just want to say is I just want to express some gratitude and some admiration for the courage displayed by the employee for making that comment. I think it's important that people have the security to speak their truth to us in public. And I actually interpret it as an expression of trust. We can hear these critiques and respond to them and try to do better in the future and interpret them in good faith. So thank you.
Agreed.
Well said. And I also just want to recognize the sheriff is here in our meeting. Sheriff, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to say anything, give us a quick update on any matters that you want. You don't necessarily need to weigh on this if you don't want to.
No, I think the employee said it well, and I support her. So nothing really new update. We're just busy. We got a major case going on right now, which is still under investigation. That I'll have more information maybe next commissioners meeting or something. But other than that, it's kind of status quo, just busy. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Sheriff. I'm going to indulge myself a quick break, and then we're going to start at 9:45 on the next agenda item, consideration approval of the EPA grant application to purchase regulation grade air monitors for Clear Creek County. We'll be right back. So Beth, I see Tim's name is on this next agenda item, and I see him over in the attendee list. Looks like we're all back here together. Welcome, Tim. One thing, so we're again discussing, this is an action item, consideration approval of the EPA grant application to purchase regulation grade air monitors for Clear Creek County. One question I have, and you can address it whenever you want in your presentation, is I know that CDOT purchased 3 or 4 or some number of air monitors for us, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago. And I'll be curious to hear how this program complements or replaces that program. But with that said, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Good morning. Very excited to share with you one of the many things we're working on other than COVID over the last many months. So we received the RFP about 2 months ago from the EPA for an opportunity to apply for grant funding to address air quality issues, et cetera, et cetera. As you all know, we currently have, to Sean's point, we have very unreliable means of collecting air quality data in this county, despite having the most heavily trafficked section of rural interstate in the entire country running through our county. We received 3 air quality monitors several years ago. 2 of those are Clear Creek counties. One of them is CDOT's. The challenge with those air quality monitors are not regulatory grade. So the collection and sharing of that data with CDOT, the EPA, or anyone else doesn't quite even remotely get to the standard that they are willing to accept. So not to mention the numerous issues we've had with them in terms of just keeping them up and running have been challenging. So we saw this as an opportunity to replace those monitors and use regulatory monitors so that we can then compare apples to apples. So when the EPA makes a statement about within regulatory, we can share our data with them. Similarly with CDOT, they have regulatory grade monitors they use, and so wanting to pair our data with them. And that is one of the impetus of this grant, is having our own monitors so that when CDOT, and they're planning to have 2 additional monitors for the Floyd Hill project, but those will go away when the project is done. So we're interested in the more long-term collection of data, and more importantly, having a system in place where your average citizen can go on the website and understand the air quality that is in Clear Creek County. We also use this information and data to craft policy in this county and use that data as well for additional projects in the future. We're asking for $393,000 from the EPA. There is no match needed. So this is one of the reasons why we wanted to apply for this. That $393,000 will buy the 5 monitors, all that comes with it. These monitors monitor far more than the current monitors that we have, just as an example. And then in addition to that, hiring a consultant for the first year to help us create the platform on which this data will sit and be presentable not only to the public, but in sharing with CDOT. And so these funds will also be used to maintain these monitors for that first 3-year period. So you'll notice in the Excel spreadsheet with the budget, there are $23,000 and change annual maintenance costs. That is at the high end in our estimate of what it could cost if we had, in fact, 5 monitors. The EPA may come back and say, we're only going to give you funds for enough for 3. Obviously, that number would come down significantly if we're only managing 3 monitors instead of the 5. So any questions so far? What else? So the grant, we've had quite a short window, so I really appreciate you being able to hear this. It's due next week at the end of the week. We're hoping to get it in by then. It's been a collaborative effort between my team and Amy Saxton and her team. in putting this together with some help from Matt over in Maps, as you see, and there's some really high quality maps. We think we have a really good chance of getting this money and buy these monitors. We will know by July or August of this year. So we would have them implementing or in place hopefully sometime next year is the plan. And then that's when the clock starts ticking in the 3-year time frame in which to buy them, place them, and begin to monitor the air quality.
Well, thanks. This is really an important big deal. We have had those the other air monitors in place for a while, and they had shown some pretty surprising. It was surprising to CDPHE and CDOT levels of ozone, which is an indication for a lot of the potential for a lot of other things that would be related to ozone emissions, depending on the source, that were not monitored. And so it's real important to get this, this regulatory grade monitor in there, because then it can actually impact decisions on things like transportation and stuff like that that could be contributing. So good on you for finding a source that can actually get us to that regulatory grade level.
One of the other exciting pieces about this is really integrating this data and this understanding into the education curriculum, right? Engaging the high school and middle school students, even elementary school students, in terms of understanding monitors, understanding air quality, understanding the air quality in our own community, and the health impacts that has on them. So really excited about that, and really trying to elevate an environmental element to it into the curriculum of the schools.
I have maybe just 2 quick questions. The first one is, do you have some thoughts about where to place the monitors in the county? And then the other question is, did you call out the maintenance costs because those would be borne by the county, or was there another reason that you specifically called those out from the spreadsheet?
Yeah, so first question, yes, we have some ideas. I think what we're, and it is, it states in the grant, we're interested in working with our community partners, interested in working with CDOT, and interested in working with the EPA to really understand where the best placement is. We don't want to just jump to judgment and place them. We want to make sure that they're placed in an appropriate area in terms of monitoring, in terms of collecting the most valuable data. So that's going to be a several month process. It's not going to be just, let's put one there, and there. We're going to make sure we're covering the county from one end to the other, right? We have several hills, both ascending and descending in this county. And I think it's important to make sure that we cover that ground. The second piece, to answer your question, yeah, so the funding that we potentially would cover 3 years. And so we thought it was important because we hope that the life of these will be well beyond that 3-year period. And so understanding what would the cost be to maintain these after that. The cost estimates for maintenance we got from CDOT. We think that they're a very high estimate of what it would be, and that is a total sum cost for all 5 monitors, as I said earlier. So if we only got money for 3 monitors, that $23,000 would be even less on an annual basis to maintain these.
Thank you for that clarification. How does that number compare to the money that we spent for because my understanding of the original CDOT, my recollection was that they paid for the monitors and we were responsible for the maintenance. Do you know what we ended up paying for that? Just as a kind of a reference number. I know they're different monitors, so it's probably not.
I don't. It predates my arrival here. I have no idea what those cost originally years ago. Randy, do you have any idea?
No, I don't. I know that CDOT supplied them, and CDOT owned one. The 2 of them we owned, and one of them CDOT owned, I think, and continued to. I think it was the one in Idaho Springs. And that's a really good question about the placement, Sean, because the way it was chosen before was they looked at the population centers to know what was impacting people, or they were looking at Floyd Hill, for example, which is both a population center and a big climb, to get an idea about what's going on from emissions. And but once they got, as far as checking that, then once they got that far, they put it at the most convenient place on a piece of public property where they could put it, an appropriate distance from the interstate. But in one case, for example, it was 2 cases, it was one place about level with the interstate, one up the hill a little bit from the interstate, and then one of them below the interstate at that location. And it was interesting that two of the locations showed the high ozone levels, and the third one, which is the one below the interstate, did not show the same thing. So it just kind of illustrates why thinking it out scientifically and letting that be your basis for location is so important. And I bet you Amy's got something to add to that. Probably some clarifications or corrections to what I said too.
No, I think that was all right. I believe the maintenance, we didn't pay for any costs of the monitors themselves. But the maintenance expenses, I believe it was just for all three, was about $2,500 a year. It was not a very significant amount of money. But we did have a lot of problems with them that occasionally cost us extra money or that had to be resolved. And it hasn't been an easy process to work with the particular vendor that we've been working with. So.
Okay. George?
Yeah. Thank you, Sean. For starters, compliments on the letter in the application. You did a fantastic job describing why this matters so much to Clear Creek County and just exactly what us 9,000 people are up against as 40,000 people travel through us every day. So thank you. A question that I have, I don't imagine you can answer it with any specificity right now, but I suspect that if these monitors do find similar findings to the other monitors, which is that we have air quality problems, we may find support in paying for ongoing maintenance down the road. Do you think that it's reasonable to suspect that might happen?
I do. I think, and we have 3 years to find that support, basically, or more. I think if we do in fact find, as you alluded to, find that case, I think it will open doors in terms of who and what funding sources can help us. And more importantly, what we can do about it, right? It will now give us sort of the ammunition to say, we're no longer coming to this fight without anything. We actually have rock solid scientific air regulatory grade monitor data to prove our point. And when you do that, it makes people, it sort of forces them to take action, right? Before it was very easy to dismiss Clear Creek County because one, we didn't have data. And then when we did have data, it wasn't regulatory grade. So we're really elevating our game in the sense of we're going to be coming to the fight with what everyone else has and potentially get a little bit of traction from that.
It has to do, yeah, it helps us when we start having discussions about, once we go beyond the Floyd Hill project, and monitoring the effects of the newly found capacity on Floyd Hill, climbing out of Denver all the way up here, learning what can potentially be the impacts of that, correlating them and proving causality, or at least getting close enough to make a reasonable argument, helps us then discuss transportation modes and everything going into the future. All of those big things we've been talking about for 20 years, and we've been based on just common conjecture that this makes sense, but the data to back it up is going to be really helpful.
My last question, Dr. Ryan, I saw Idaho Springs had a letter of support on their agenda. I believe that they passed that letter of support for this. So I want to thank them for their partnership and shared interest. Do we have other municipalities that are also in support of this?
We've reached out to all of them. Amy would know if they've responded or not yet.
Yeah, we've received one from Georgetown. And we've also, I'm glad to hear that, Jonathan, thank you. And we've reached out to Empire and Silver Plume too. And then we also asked for letters of support from our federal delegation and the U.S. Forest Service and UCWA, the Upper Clear Creek Watershed Association.
As well as the school district as a partner. And kudos to Amy and Rebecca on our team. Rebecca alone has penned 1.6 million roughly in grant applications over the last 6 months out of our department. So they're doing great work.
We're right at the top of the hour. This is extremely refreshing to have a proactive public health topic that doesn't, no one said COVID once this whole time.
Oh,
Awesome.
Why did you say it, John?
Sorry.
Do we-
Thank you, Tim and team, and Amy. Moving on to 11 o'clock, we have another action session, action item, consideration approval of region BLF project CDBG 18-610 encumbrance F18 CDB 18610 contract amendment request. Lindsay. Who I saw on
waiting.
the attendees list.
Hold on. Did we need a motion on the application?
Yeah,
I-
we didn't
I'm so
vote
sorry.
on that.
I blew right past it. Motion, anyone?
Move we approve the application to the EPA grant to purchase regulation grade air monitors for Clear Creek County.
second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Lindsay, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, and thanks for having me. I am here, and thank you, George, for sending over some of your questions. And so I'm happy to get everything answered. So we are coming up on the end of our current CDBG contract. So this is the revolving loan fund that we administer on behalf of Clear Creek County. The contract ends in November of this year. We have spent almost all of our current contract. And so we want to ensure that we have additional funds between now and November to spend so we can continue to do new CDBG loans. Of course, we'll be asking for additional funds come November for a new contract period. But between now and then, we feel that this increase in $300,000 will be sufficient in being able to handle any incoming loans that we currently expect or may get. Our average CDBG loan is somewhere around 100,000, well, anywhere from 20,000 to 150,000. Anything that's over 100,000 does go to the State Finance Committee, and there's a process we go through. Just to give you some history, our previous CDBG contract was 345,000, which we spent in all of that. And then this current contract, we are now up over 700,000. And so with the additional 300, assuming that this request is approved by the state, we will have brought in over $1 million in new CDBG funding to the program. And also just some additional details for you. So the great thing about this program, most revolving loan funds, you're going to pay back to the funding entity, the principal plus maybe 1% of the interest. And so you're only retaining a portion of the interest. With this CDBG program, all of the funds stay within within our organization. So we're retaining all of the principal, all of the interest to continue to grow our fund. And this has been going on since we were incorporated in 1984. And so Peggy Stokestad, my predecessor, has been able to build up this fund over the years. And so now we have a great revolving loan fund program. So anyway, this is the request today is the additional 300,000 that will get us through to the end of the contract period so we can continue to do new CDBG loans. Just so you know, if this isn't approved by the state, which I'm pretty confident that it will, or at least a portion of it will be approved. But if for some reason it's not, we do still have about $1 million in our revolved fund to do new revolved loans. But ideally, we want to be able to run loans through CDBG.
Thanks, Lindsay. And just a point of clarification, this is approving the board, essentially. I think the county is the fiscal agent to request the funds. None of this money comes from the county, and none of the county's money is at risk in this program, correct?
No, not at all. So this is all new funding. So the funding originates it with HUD and then comes down to the state, and then the state distributes the funds. When we do loan, so we apply for the grant for the loan fund. The county enters into contract with the state, so the funds come to the state and then come to us. And so again, we're the sub-grantee grant administrator on behalf of the county.
George, Randy?
Looks very straightforward to me. I love the piece of this about how the more we can originate through CDBG, the more we can originate later.
Lindsay, how would you care? I know that some of the money that came through the CCDC was more like forgivable loans or grants through the last few years. How would you characterize breakage or leakage or whatever you would call kind of capital that isn't returned?
So actually the forgiveness that we did was, again, a huge thanks to the county. So that was all done through CARES dollars.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so we were not able to do forgiveness through CDBG. However, we have a very low default rate. We've had very few defaults. With that forgiveness program, our default rate, we had about $1,100 out of over almost close to 300,000 in loans. And so we have kind of 1,100 sitting out there that we're pretty sure isn't going to be paid back. The person no longer lives in the state or actually in the country. So we feel that that is a very positive situation for us as far as that program. And we're really happy that we were able to do that and help our business community through the craziness of, say it, COVID.
Okay. Randy, you were looking like you're thinking very hard before. Do you have anything you want to add to the conversation?
No, I don't. I was just thinking that it's a pretty straightforward thing, and I'm ready to make a motion anytime, actually.
And I will just give you just some details on what's going to come down the pipeline pretty quickly. So I'm going to be starting the new grant application. Region 3 does cover both Clear Creek and Gilpin County. And so I present to the Gilpin County commissioners as well and get them to sign off on the grant application. And we will have to have a public hearing. And so I'll be working with Brian on setting all that up, and Beth, but that'll be coming in the next several months as we prepare for the new grant application.
Brian, Peter, anything from staff? Okay, I think sounds like we're ready for a motion.
Sure. I move that we approve the BLF project CDBG 18-610 contract amendment request.
Second that.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you so much, Lindsay.
Thank you. Have a great morning.
Yeah, looks like we're slightly ahead. And so, Peter, Brian, any objection to moving through the consent agenda a little bit ahead of time?
None for me. That's fine.
That works.
Okay, is there any items that anyone wishes to discuss or pull off? I see number 4 was stricken in the agenda I'm looking at.
None for me.
And I'm curious, I saw the information about the recognition of Pastor Bill from Troy. Is that something that's just going to come up on a future agenda, or what happened to that item?
Yeah, it's been postponed, coming up in a future agenda.
Okay, thanks. Okay, with that said, consent agenda item number 1, consideration approval of the warrant register. Number 2, consideration approval of Colorado Parks and Wildlife Impact Assistance Grant for Clear Creek County. Number 3, consideration approval of resolution 22-20 to ratify 2021 original resolution and supplemental appropriations for Clear Creek County funds. I have a motion.
Yeah, I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you. Motion carries. So now we're 10 minutes ahead. Let's just take a quick break and we'll reconvene at 10:20 to discuss the gaming grants award funding.
didn't want you to feel lonely, so I turned my camera on too.
I felt lonely.
All right, I see Diane has joined us. So we can move on to the 1020 action item, consideration approval of distribution of gaming grant award funding. Diane, what do you have for us?
Well, I don't have anything other than what Nanette had submitted for the breakdowns. I just need someone to decide how you want to have these funds broken out between the nonprofits. I gave 2 options for it.
Okay, so let me just add some additional information just to give the board. So in the packet, you do see an agenda cover memo, which outlines what's going on. We also had some backup with 2 different spreadsheets, actually more than 2 spreadsheets showing the history. The recommendation here, and I think there's been some discussion. I know that George may have some comments on how to go about doing this or maybe evaluate this in the future. Traditionally, this used to be handled by finance and it made its way over to Diane over the last couple of years. What they have done is the apportionment of the grant funding of the funds went basically by a division down the line. What happened is each year the amount of funding has gone down. So what we've done, and by we I really mean Diane, has basically reduced by the portion. Let's say the percentage of funding went down 10%. She reduced everybody's portion equally 10%. And that's how we've been doing it. That would be staff's recommendation as to how to do it this year. But in the course of having a discussion with George about this as well, I think that George had been interested in maybe reevaluating the methodology, but I don't want to speak for him, but that's really why we brought it back before the board, was ultimately to get some direction as to whether or not we can proceed doing it the way the staff recommends here. And then additionally, if we wanted to reevaluate this in the future, at some point, I do think this needs to come back to finance. Diane has done a very good job of trying to get this done over the last several years. But in addition to her other responsibilities, this is not really one of them, but she's taken it on. So I will tell you, we appreciate that.
I have a clarifying, what I think would be a clarifying question. And I looked at the memo and saw the numbers for 2019. And my understanding, for anybody who's watching who is curious what we're talking about, there are gambling impact funds that are distributed to communities within a reasonable radius of where the gambling happens. And in our case, that's Gilpin County. And these different government organizations and nonprofits are given grant funds in order to help them mitigate the impacts of the gambling. Is that fair to say, Peter? So my question is, does anybody remember what kind of scientific method or other method we used to come up with those numbers in the first place from 2019?
Go ahead.
I would like to answer that because I've been doing this for more than just a couple of years, Peter, but thank you. I've been helping when Carl Small was our finance director. I was working closely with him for the last 12 years doing this. So it didn't just land in my lap. I offered to help. He was glad to have me help. He trusted my advice on it. And it was just a way to expedite money going to the nonprofits. This year and last year is when it has been the problem, trying to get someone to fill out the application because the previous finance director wanted nothing to do with it. And that was Brent. And so that was hurting the nonprofits. So I took that part on, but I've been doing this for quite some time now. So in 2019, that was still the last time DOLA had decided how much each entity that applied.
Oh,
that was DOLA's number when that was what, like $280 $83,000, something like that. And if you look down, DOLA decided which and how much each entity got. The year after that, so 2020 and 2021 are when the reductions were just one lump sum and DOLA did not decide. So
That's
the very
awful.
first year was the 2020, and it, I mean, severely dropped to, I think what, I don't have it right in front of me, but it was like $83,000 or $82,000, something like that. So then that's when I did the percent reduction, because one, it was, the schedule was all out of order of how it had all previously been done. And the nonprofits were waiting for money. So we did do just the percent reduction. I gave you two options for this year. Actually, my recommendation was just to split it between all the entities that applied. So the Sheriff's Office, the DA, the Clear Creek Advocates, the Rock House, and Mount Evans. Even though the Sheriff's Office puts in 2 applications, I only counted it as 1 applicant. So dividing that amount that was awarded this year, 87,000, divided that by 5, only because there are specific criteria for the Sheriff's Office to apply for patrol, for law enforcement, specific criteria for the Sheriff's Office to apply for confinement. These are exact formulas from DOLA of what they are allowed to apply for. The other ones, the DA and the nonprofits, they work off of a more percentage of their budget when they're applying for these grants. They have to document how they are gaming impacted per client, how they determine their hourly rate for that. So it's very liberal between the different nonprofits, how they come up with their dollar amounts, because they have very different budgets. But it doesn't mean that they're impacted any less. So what I thought was fair this year, because some people, they only used a small portion of their budget towards gaming, negatively impacted. You're correct, Joni. But I felt it was unfair for some of the nonprofits that were using their entire budget to apply for gaming, rather than just the amount of their budget that was negatively impacted by gaming. So that's why this year I recommended we do the split, the even split, where every entity gets the same amount. Now for next year's application, which I sent an email out to all of you yesterday that I just received from DOLA, you may want to rethink how this whole process goes, because each entity prior to 2019 award would apply, would have their own application, go in front of the DOLA board, the gaming board, and make their plea and their request for it. That has since stopped. So now it is just that lump sum. So I do think that there needs to be some sort of a review committee within the county. And Peter's right, it should not be me. I'm happy to do it because I like to champion for our nonprofits, because they depend on these. But there does need to be a better process next year, because I'm going to assume it's going to be even less than what was awarded this year. But I know Peter and perhaps Brian, I can't remember who, but they wanted to do the percent reduction, which is fine. Either way, I strongly recommend the split, but whichever way you guys decide, my biggest point is let's get this paperwork moving, because now the nonprofits have been waiting since November for their funding. So however you want to split it, let's just decide and move on and get that paperwork flowing.
Thanks, Diane, for your commitment to this on a really long-term basis. That's greatly appreciated. One thing I'll note, and this is probably for Brian's team, I don't see any of these options in the packet. All I see is a letter that has some historic data about the 308,000.
Going down, it's the very last one. You'll see it looks like a spreadsheet and kind of 2 yellow highlighted arrows. Yep, that's the one. There should be 2 options, and one of them, let me see where I have it too, so we're all looking at the same thing.
On page 62 of the packet.
B and
Yeah,
C.
the very last one.
Should be able to rotate it, can't you? Sean?
Yeah. Yes, there is or you pick the monitor up and turn it. You can do that.
More
There's
fun
a
watching
rotate
it
option.
that way.
I prefer Sean's approach.
Oh, look at that, rotate clockwise. Now everything else is screwed up, but this will work for now.
So option A on that one is the equal split. You'll notice that the jail or the sheriff's office does have two applications, but I still only included them as one applicant. So the entire amount, the 87,790, the even split is just between the five. So the DA, the nonprofits, and the sheriff's office. The percent reduction, of course, will go across the board, and which is option B. Quite frankly, at this point, a decision just needs to be made on how you want to split these funds out. That's all that I'm after.
Perfect. Randy, George, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'll jump in here. So just a minor clarification. I know that this grant can only fund documented impacts from previous years. And so I think, and I want to make sure I'm not mishearing you, Diane, I think that those amounts that were being requested is a reflection of actual costs that were documented in 2020, the year 2020, because this grant was made in 2021. Is that correct?
Yeah, we always base it off the previous year's documented, but it's a very loose direction for the human services, the nonprofit portion. Some of the nonprofits choose to use just their direct gaming. Other nonprofits do it as a portion of their entire budget. There's no direction from DOLA on how they would prefer it. And the DAs is that way also. The only ones that are directed on strictly only gaming is the jails and law enforcement, which is an actual formula from DOLA for that.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. And then just to respond to Peter was talking about me wanting to change the process. Really, I was talking about, and this isn't a conversation for us to take up today, but I was referring to what Diane explained to us, that we're now in a position to approve the applications come to us, we approve them and forward them to DOLA. And then when DOLA decides what's funded, we take it back and decide how to actually allocate it. I would recommend that we look to Gilpin County. They've established a process that looks pretty well. So that we can just put that one in the parking lot. And I'll just pause there and hear what Randy thinks about this.
Yeah, of the two, I kind of tend toward B. I wouldn't fall on my sword over an argument over those two columns, depending on what the other commissioners want to do. I think a larger picture that comes up goes beyond how these funds are distributed. And I tried to work that on that a couple of years ago with Casey Becker in talking about getting some additional funds and having new ways to look at them. The idea of being limited to only documented cases means that we're solving the impacts of gambling by catching them in a net and treating them after they're the negative impacts, as opposed to thinking about what those impacts are and why they are created, and using funds for prevention purposes. For example, it's very difficult to try to use this to get any funds for public education and prevention, so that people don't run into this problem to begin with. And it's becoming a much larger problem as time goes on. And so I think we have to, that's another even bigger topic for another day. I agree with George that we need to have a process that's regular, so it's not capricious when it comes to us to decide if we're not fully awarded, and do something like what Gilpin did. I also think we need to be thinking about legislation and disbursements and a new way of looking at some of these funds, but that'll have to take place at the state level. What these funds are available for and how you can be awarded them, because there are contiguous counties, and particularly Clear Creek County, I think more than any other contiguous county in the state, that it has a very unique relationship geographically and transportationally to these to two of the three gaming communities in the state. So it's a pretty big deal. And anyway, I'll stop there. I don't want to drag us out too long.
I have a quick clarifying question. My understanding, and maybe it's wrong, is that the precipitous drop in the pile of money allotted to Clear Creek was a consequence of the pandemic and the fact that people are now gambling. Well, people are now gambling online, and I don't know what effect that may have on the revenues for Gilpin County specifically, but that would suggest that perhaps as things head in the direction I hope they continue to head in, that the revenues will recover to some extent. Is that true?
I don't believe so, Sean, only because if you look, sorry, George, but when you look back, the revenues started dropping of what they were awarding pre-pandemic. So they had a tendency to go down, and just in the change in how they, the application process and how they wanted each entity to, what they were required to submit, that's been changing. So I think this trend in the amount reduction has been going on pre-pandemic. Sadly, it all happened during the pandemic, and that second in the 2021 award. But prior to that, I noticed it going down already. Just historically, in 2019, when they only awarded 251,000, in the beginning years of this, when I first started in 2016, that was the entire amount that the sheriff's office was being awarded. You know, so now it's gone down a lot. Our applications used to be almost $1 million. And, you know, now our applications are lower because of the criteria that DOLA is requesting and how they want you to report. So, I mean, everything is getting blamed on the pandemic, but I think this trend had started long before that. That's just my opinion. I don't know what George was going to say, but.
Yeah, I think that this is, it's a matter of the legislature's will. They're not bound to fund this program. They historically have. When they swept that fund in early 2020, they were in receipt of a letter from us saying that we understand that you have to do this, and we trust that you will properly fund this program in the future as your revenues go up or recover. We also put together a letter, and thank you, Diane, for helping with that just this fall to the JBC members. Got signatures from the local electeds of pretty much every gaming impacted community and sent that off. So I think that's something for this board to keep their eye on and keep in the ears of the legislature, because this fund is crucial to us.
I think I only have one more question. It's for Peter. Are there any legal ramifications to this choice between the two columns right now?
Now you have the ability to distribute them however you'd like to distribute them to these entities. So you're not bound by one way or the other. And I responded to a question that Georgia directed to me in the chat, which I don't know if it showed, but no motions actually required for this either. We just would like direction. Staff would like direction for how you want us to proceed. You're more than welcome to make a motion, but it's not legally required.
Gotcha. Okay. George, Randy, do you have a preference on which column?
My last question about that, and just to clarify, Peter, I think you were looking at a previous message I sent you, but anyway, my question, I think this is for you, Diane, or just for anybody. It seems to me like if we were going to do something other than a % reduction, we would want to hear from the applicants how they would feel about that. Has any outreach been made? Has anybody heard any feedback on this from the advocates, the Mount Evans Hospice, the Rock House, Sheriff's Office?
I know
Yeah.
Joni is online, but I have always communicated with the nonprofits and the DA's office of what these dollar amounts could be. I received back and I gave them the two options, and I said we were waiting for board direction, and everyone came back with, you know, just keep me updated as what the board decides. They all realize that this is not funds that they are guaranteed. I got one from Mount Evans, Betsy at Mount Evans said that, yes, we understand we could get either the 17,000 or the other one. She goes, just please let us know when it is. We'd like to utilize these funds. So most of them are just waiting for it. I know the advocates are. This is their budget has been, their gaming money has been reduced drastically over the last few years. And so they are heavily dependent on grant funding, all types of grant funding. So my whole thing is I just want to get this money in their hands now. It doesn't affect the sheriff's office budget. It doesn't really affect the DA's office. It's the nonprofits I'm worried about. But the dollar amounts, no negative reporting back from any of the nonprofits that I have had. Joni may have another request, and if she wants to chime in, that'd be great.
Okay. You answered my question with a question, George.
Yeah, and Diana prompted Joni to answer my question.
Up and I see there she is. Joni, you're unmuted. Do you have anything to add? No microphone.
Okay. No worries.
But she's typing her input right now. Yeah, well, she's doing that. I mean, I could see both being a pretty valid approach. B kind of honors the previous preferences by our partner DOLA, and A is the simplest.
A is the simplest, and B is just what we did last year in the very first year of having to make our own decision on how to split it.
Yeah, but doesn't it tie back to what DOLA, what kind of the ratios that DOLA used the last time they weighed in on this?
I don't think so. Let me go back and look. Yeah, their first big reduction that when DOLA put out the dollar amounts was a 28% reduction. And then in 2021, it was a 25% reduction. So yes, I guess so. But again, it depends on how each human services nonprofit category was proposing their, oh, here goes Joni. Yeah.
And one of the things I was kind of thinking to myself is this money means more to some of the stakeholders in this list than others, but there's different winners and losers with each column. It's not like one of them universally favors nonprofits who these dollars are probably the dearest to. Each column has, yeah, different favorites, I guess.
Well, you can split it up anyway. These are just two options that I proposed because no one else was making options on how to split it.
No, I think two's plenty. I think we can figure this out right now.
All right.
Me too. I heard Randy express a slight preference for the percent reduction. The reason I think that makes sense is because that's what we did last year, and that might comport most closely with what people's expectations have been.
I think that sounds reasonable. I do appreciate your suggestion, George, I'll throw in my own suggestion and echo what Diane was saying, that we don't let this stretch out from November until now ever again, but that we use some sort of a process that we think is pretty fair and transparent so that no one's going to be surprised at the numbers and it won't be kind of picked like this next time.
Yeah, however we're supposed to get it done, let's not let it languish on the shelf like this again.
Yeah, and that one, from my perspective, is on us as a board. So my apologies to the nonprofits.
Yep, same.
Okay, thanks, Diane, for being persistent on this. It sounds like the board's preference is to go with column B. So I think we're done.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. 10:45, we're pretty much there. Tim, I see you're still here in the panel. You can join us for the COVID-19 update.
Morning again. 1 second, please. So let's begin with the numbers as we have for many, many months. Across the United States, a little over 77.8 million plus confirmed cases to date. Case rate is dropping significantly over the last several weeks, now at 172,951 per day as a 7-day average. 17% decrease in the 7-day average for the hospitalizations. Fatalities continue to lose far too many Americans, 920,000 plus at a rate of 2,400 per day still. That number has unfortunately not dropped the way the others have. 2-week test positivity rate across the country is at 10%. Contributing factors continue to be the unvaccinated driving a lot of the spread, and Omicron. Fully vaccinated at 64.7% in the country and 76.5% with 1 dose. Here in Colorado, similarly, case rate is declining, now in excess of about 2,500 a day as a 7-day average. 2-week cumulative incident rate dropping as well at 782 per 100,000. Hospitalizations continue to be the vast majority are the unvaccinated individuals. 89% of ICU beds currently occupied. Roughly about 800 people hospitalized currently with COVID across the state. 2-week test positivity rate is at 9.2%. That's about a 4% drop from last week, so headed certainly in the right direction. Contributing factors, similarly, driven by the unvaccinated, as the hospital number indicates, and Omicron. Vaccine rate here in the state, 1 dose, we're at 80.9%, fully immunized at 72.48%. Here in Clear Creek County, case count over the last 7 days, it had 13 cases, 42 in the last 2 weeks for a sum total of 1,484. Hospitalizations have maintained at 59, as well as fatalities at 10. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate has also dropped. We're at 447 per 100,000, and our test positivity rate is at 9%. Driven similarly to the state and across the country by unvaccinated individuals. Testing continues in Georgetown on Mondays, Idaho Springs, Tuesdays and Thursdays. Our vaccine numbers have not changed. And I would like to share, if I might, my screen. You all see that? Yes, okay. So here is the latest study in a long list of studies that are fact-based on the effectiveness of masks that was just published last week in the MMWR, which is the Morbidity Mortality Weekly Report put out by the CDC on a weekly basis. And what this shows in a clinical trial, a case control study, is that a cloth mask lowers your odds of becoming a case, in this case, of 56%. A surgical mask has the ability to reduce your odds of becoming a case by 66%. And the N95 or KN95 lowers your risk by 83%. So pretty conclusive in that instance. More importantly, and there's been some questions about the efficacy of vaccines and do they actually work? Are they effective? This is a study put out by the state of Colorado, and these numbers are mirrored by more national numbers that have come out in different studies. So this is Colorado data, and the basic premise is that vaccinated people with a 3rd dose or a booster are 1.4 times less likely to become a COVID case than a vaccinated person without that booster shot, and 2.4 times less likely to be a COVID case than an unvaccinated individual. Similar premise, this is for hospitalization. Vaccinated individuals, those with a booster, are 4 times less likely to be hospitalized for COVID than a vaccinated person without that booster, and 11.4 times less likely to be hospitalized for COVID compared to an unvaccinated person.
Tim, is this if you contract COVID, or is this just in general?
So obviously this hospitalization is if you contract COVID, right? So the first one is the odds of you becoming a COVID case, actually contracting the virus. This here is, if you contract the virus, what are the odds of you going to the hospital compared to booster vaccinated and unvaccinated? So you're 4 times less likely to be hospitalized than a vaccinated person without that booster, and 11.4 times less likely to be hospitalized than an unvaccinated person.
And I think what George was asking was the basis, the basis among whom you're examining in this case, this second case, is people who have tested, among those tested positive. These are your.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Right. Because the risk of going to the hospital for COVID, if you don't have COVID, is 0. Good question though. And then this final slide is look at vaccinated people with a booster dose are 8.1 times less likely to die from COVID than a vaccinated person without that booster, and 58.9 times less likely to die from COVID compared to the unvaccinated people. So I think this and a whole host of a litany of studies just like it are pretty conclusive in terms of the efficacy of vaccines, particularly around COVID, for either contracting COVID, becoming hospitalized, and or dying. This is science. This is fact-based. Some have suggested that Omicron was less effective, and that very well may be the case, particularly among individuals who had not had the booster shot. But I think what this Colorado data suggests, similar to what the national data suggests, is that in fact being vaccinated lowers your risk of certainly of dying and certainly of hospitalization, but in addition contracting COVID overall, which makes sense when you think about from a virological perspective. If you're a fully vaccinated individual, the replication of the virus in you when you have antibodies protecting you is far less than an unvaccinated person. So makes sense. Any questions about any of that?
No, thanks. That's helpful. I think you've answered some questions that were, or some charges that were mentioned earlier in the day pretty effectively. That's nice. I mean, it provides the logic behind some decisions we've made in the past, whether you agree with those decisions or not. Appreciate it.
Right. Anything from you, George?
It's just a much appreciated update. I had reached out to you, Tim, to ask those questions because we've been hearing claims that it's only N95 masks that can be effective and et cetera. So appreciate the update.
Right, and as you're welcome, and as you are all well aware, right, you can have an N95 mask that's worn inappropriately that isn't going to protect you. And that's an argument as well as, people aren't wearing them properly. Well, the facts are what they are, and my job and responsibility is to present them to you in the clearest way possible, and you all make the decisions based on that. So.
Yeah, I think you make a great point at the last one. And one of the things that I love reading our local paper, be it the Courier or the Current, and it's interesting to note when you look closely at our athletes wearing masks, almost none of them are wearing them appropriately. Almost every single one of them has their nose out to actually breathe while they're doing an athletic activity, or the mask is down below their mouth anyway. So they don't work very well under those conditions.
Correct.
Anything else regarding the COVID update? Anyone? So we have an entire hour to discuss the next item. I noticed that there are a number of people who've joined the meeting who weren't here this morning. And I just sent Peter a quick text to see if there was anything inappropriate about us quickly opening up public comment again. If somebody had a really burning comment they wanted to make, we could listen to that before we start our discussion at the 11 o'clock meeting. And again, just as a reminder, public comment is an opportunity for you to communicate something to the board in a public setting. And it's not a dialogue with the board, and we're going to enter into our deliberation later. So with that said, did anybody want to make a public comment who was unable to attend our public comment meeting this morning at 8:30? Hi, Kristen. Thanks for joining us. Just restate your name and your address, and then you can make your comment.
All right, thank you. My name is Kristen Slaymaker. I live at 2036 Virginia Street in Idaho Springs, Colorado. I believe you all were given the email that I sent earlier today expressing my views that I think it would be irresponsible and reckless at this point to rescind the mask ordinance within the schools, and specifically the elementary schools. And so one of my biggest things for that is I am a parent of a preschool child. She is too young, along with most of her classmates are too young to be eligible from vaccination. And it is wrong that that the choice for us about, excuse me, I got mixed up. It is wrong that we do not have the choice of vaccination at this point, and masks could be taken away. Masks at this point are the best defense we have in a school setting with young kids. I realize they don't wear them perfectly, but just going off of the data that Dr. Ryan just showed, even a cloth mask is a whole lot better than nothing. Even wearing that cloth mask, well, most of the time or part of the time is a whole lot better than nothing. So don't take away the one thing we have. At this point, as a parent, if the schools got up to something like an 80% vaccination rate, I'd be very comfortable with the removal of that mandate, but we're not there yet. If that high vaccination rate came first, please rescind the order. Nobody enjoys wearing a mask, but it's probably more likely the young children will be able to be vaccinated before we reach those kind of vaccination rates within the school. So just hang on a couple more weeks, keep that mask order in, and get us parents the opportunity to vaccinate the youngest among us before a decision is reached about rescinding the mask order. Thank you.
Sean, you were muted, I believe.
Wow, 2 years in and I still haven't figured it out. Yeah, we thank you so much for your comments, Ms. Slaymaker. And we have another person who wishes to make a comment. Mr. Scott, please let us know who you are and where you live and what's on your mind. Mr. Scott, it looks like you're muted, although you're a panelist, so you're going to be able to, there you go.
There we go. Let me start over. So Justin Scott, 259 Scepter Circle, Georgetown. I just want to point out masks aren't being taken away. People have the option to wear them if you resend it. So if somebody's more comfortable wearing a mask and they like their protection, they're free to do so. And the last speaker mentioned the youngest among us. Well, the youngest among us have the lowest risk out of anybody in our entire population. So, I mean, if she worries about that, I mean, I appreciate her concern and, her option to wear masks, but I think people should have a choice. And that's all I have to say.
Sean, you're muted again.
So thank you, Mr. Scott. Any other, I do see another person raising their hand. I'll just leave my mic on, so I won't do that again. If you're unmuted, please let us know who you are and where you live and what you have to say.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, this is Jordan Dunbar. We're in Evergreen. We're at 103 Ohio Ave. Sorry, that's our old address, 79 Wilderness Cornerstone. So the biggest thing that I think is frustrating when we get the updates from Tim Ryan about COVID is that we never hear how many people have had COVID. And obviously those numbers are going to be skewed too, because there's quite a few people that probably haven't said they've had COVID, even though they haven't had the vaccine. So we continue to get these numbers of people that are protected, supposedly, due to the vaccine. However, there's how many people that are protected along with their children that have already had COVID, so they have the natural immunity. So my question is, why is that not being taken into consideration? And I also have school-age children, high school, middle school, playing sports. I also have kids in plays and musicals that continue to have to wear masks while they're performing or during a basketball game. And we had emailed you guys the same thing. What adults go to the gym, do CrossFit, run, whatever workout you're doing, and continue to wear your mask? And the answer is none of us, because we can't, because we'll pass out. And the fact that we're making our kids wear masks during these sports is ludicrous. I second everything Justin Scott said, that there's absolutely no reason why the people that want to continue to wear masks can't continue to do that if they are as effective as Tim Ryan states, which I don't believe that study for a second. Then they're safe, they're good to go. So make masks optional and give parents and kids back their choice.
Thanks for your comments. And I know you asked a question, and as I mentioned at the beginning, this isn't a time for dialogue with the board. So I'll take that as a rhetorical question. And I see we have a little bit more time. I see a couple of other hands up. All right, Sarah, you've joined us, but you're still muted.
Okay. So my
name it, address, please.
Oh, sorry, Sarah Soderberg, 108 Mountain, Dumont. I just am all for the choice. I understand that people are concerned and will want to continue wearing masks, and I totally respect that. But there's also those of us that are concerned with the safety of our children wearing masks. And this whole time, our concerns have been completely ignored. And there are risks to it. There's the mental health risks and other risks. So it would be nice if going forward, we could have both sides heard and the choice to do what we feel is best for our family and our own personal health. I think it's time that we move from the whole community doing everything to prevent the community spread and putting it more back on personal responsibility. Take care of yourself how you feel is best to be taken care of, because we're not having the hospitals overrun. We're not in that stage where we need to have all these mandates anymore. So I'm all for the choice.
Thank you very much. Jennifer, you're a panelist, and I just saw you unmuted, so let us know your name and your address and what's on your mind.
Hi, I hope you can hear me.
Yep.
My name is Jennifer Yobsky. My address is 310 Virginia Street in Idaho Springs. Thanks for letting me talk. I would like to talk about the testing for the athletes at the schools. I hope you guys can reconsider rescinding that part. I have my daughter goes to the high school and tells me that after the student or athlete has tested positive, then they can't test for another 90 days because the test will come up positive. This is what they tell the school is telling the athletes. So by now, practically all of the athletes have been exposed to COVID. I think we all have. And so they're not over half, if not 90%, she was telling me, of them don't even test anymore now because of this 90-day thing. So the testing, I just don't think is effective anymore. And I really, really hope you guys can rescind that part. I think we don't need it anymore. And it's also I just want my child to be able to play sports. And apparently I'm the only one who feels this way, but I'm not going to make her get tested to play a sport. So I just pray that she can, it's something that they're trying, you know, these are the healthy students. They're out running around. And also, yeah, of course, you guys know already, but I'm in favor of rescinding the mask. It is psychologically damaging for our kids. The molecules of COVID are smaller than what could go through a mask. So I don't believe that the masks are protecting anybody. If you'd like to wear a mask, please do so. And it's a choice. We're smart enough to be able to handle our own health decisions. And I respect everybody else's health decision for their own body. And I think that's where we need to start coming from for everybody. Peace and love. Thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you for your comment. And I saw, Justin, you raised your hand again, and because you were so efficient with your time last time, we'll give you one more shot at it. And I think we're going to close public comment and move on to our discussion.
If I could just interject just for a second, and it's fine that Mr. Scott speaks, but only if he speaks to something new, not to retort or rebut somebody who's just spoken in public comment. That would not be appropriate.
Thanks, Peter.
I
Justin?
appreciate the second shot. I just wanted to say, piggybacking on what Jennifer said, the testing, my children both are athletes, and they don't get the test results back until after they've competed. So I really, really don't see any sense in the testing. It's kind of a hindsight thing. Again, that's all I have.
Okay.
So I'll listen on.
Well, thanks a lot. And so we'll close public comment and open our 11 o'clock agenda item. And the title of it is Consideration of Board of Health Resolution 22-02, resolution that may, based on discussion and direction from the Board of Health, as part of the consideration, amend or rescind Board of Health Resolution 2105 or certain provisions thereof relating to requirements for face coverings and testing for COVID-19 in schools and childcare settings. And I should have said before that, but I'll say it now, that the Board of County Commissioners is now sitting as the Board of Health. And I wanted to make one quick point. There's been a lot of questions today about decisions that have been made in the past. And I do not believe that our session today is to address that. I have asked the board at some appropriate point, which we're probably not quite there yet, to do something similar to an after action report and kind of revisit our decisions and see what we can learn from them to be better prepared should this happen again on our watch or someone else's. So with that said, I will turn this over to Peter.
All right, thank you. What is in the packet and what I provided to the board is essentially the resolution that originally was passed 2105, dealing with the face coverings in schools and childcare settings. And the reason why you essentially have the language there is because it simply isn't determined exactly how the board wanted to act and whether the board was going to actually be seeking to completely rescind resolution 2105 or to simply modify and amend portions of it, thus creating this a longer version of what you have before you. So it's up to you as to whether or not I could share my screen with the Word version, or we can discuss generally the different aspects and go in a particular order and then ultimately make a decision. One thing that ultimately what staff is going to be looking for is a motion giving us direction to amend this resolution or do whatever we need to do with this resolution consistent with the board's discussion today. So just keeping in mind, we don't have to do the actual redrafting here as we did originally when we had the first meeting. but if we get a general direction, and here's some hypotheticals that I would throw out there. If the board were to decide to eliminate face coverings, well, then we would remove any applicable language relating to face coverings. If the board wanted to do that at a particular time, we would incorporate that into whatever resolution. Similarly, if the board did not want to mandate testing in certain instances, we could adjust the language to reflect that. If the board wanted to leave some mandatory testing and make the rest voluntary, we could do that. You'll see in the current resolution, the school board actually must provide for voluntary testing of those who seek it. I know that Dr. Ryan has been in communication with the school superintendent and others, and I think it's important that we would hear from him and the board would hear from him as to his recommendations, of course. But just to give you the guidelines, one thing that I do want to note is there are certain aspects of this that, irrespective of the board even completely rescinding this, would still be in effect. Some of those include requirements under federal law, such as, for example, masks and other protective devices on buses. That would be required still under federal law. So certain things would still remain in place. That said, that does not prevent the Board of Health from also stating it and making it a local health regulation. So at that point, I kind of throw it back to you as to where you want to go with this.
So let me just see if George and Randy are of the same mind that I am. I think what we should do is to have Dr. Ryan weigh in as our public health director, and then I think the three of us can each weigh in and see where that lands us. Hopefully we'll reach some consensus pretty quickly, but we have a whole hour in case we don't. Does that sound okay, George and Randy?
Yep.
All right, Tim, what's your recommendation? What are your thoughts?
So I just want to provide a little context I think is important for everyone to understand and consider, right? In consultation, obviously, with the school board, with the superintendent, with principals, at the beginning of last year, and asked what was their primary goal and primary objective. The only one they stated was to keep kids in school every single day that they possibly can and engage in not only the school, but extracurricular activities. I think everyone would agree that any day in remote learning is a day lost to their education, as we learned in the first year of this pandemic. We have been successful in what we've tried to do. Kids have not been on remote learning this year or last, other than the 2 prescribed weeks that we had in place last year after the spring break and winter break. All curricular activities have continued: dances, plays, sports, etc. So kids have not been out of school. The primary reason and rationale, I know lots of people ask about that. What is the rationale behind this? If there is an outbreak in a school of a communicable disease, whether it be COVID, mumps, rubella, the school will close. That is a state law, state mandated law, because it is necessary to stave off a larger outbreak in a school setting of a communicable disease. Those are all facts, not my opinion. So the primary objective and rationale behind the masks is masks in fact do reduce the transmission of the virus. That's a fact, a science-based fact, and there's endless studies, most of which have been posted on our website since the beginning of this. So in order to reduce the potential for an outbreak, masks were in fact implemented. And in addition to that, testing, the thought behind that was it gives us insight literally into what's walking into the door. We don't know the schedule of every single sport event in terms of whether they were tested the day before or the day after. It was insight into them as athletes and their highest risk of the student body that's there given their travel and given the fact that they're in close contact with other students. So it was a way for us to keep literally tabs on what's walking through the door from a disease perspective. The testing has allowed us this year to limit quarantines to absolute minimum. You recall last year, dozens and dozens and dozens of kids were quarantined last year. This year, that was kept down to less than 24 kids were quarantined the entire year. The testing allowed us to do that. We were able to identify kids who are asymptomatic and pull them out prior to them spreading the virus to other kids and creating an outbreak, which would instantly require us to go on remote learning. So the stated objective of the school board was to prevent an outbreak. We have been completely successful in doing that. Kids have been in school. Having said that, at this point, as you are all aware, and as my COVID update earlier, case counts, hospitalizations, et cetera, are all decreasing significantly over the last several weeks and continue to do so. So it's my opinion at this point that if we do rescind the mask mandate, that we do push it out until the end of the month. That's literally 6 school days, given the day off this Friday and next Monday. That would allow case counts to continue to drop over the next 10 days or so, and allowed the schools, in addition, time to, as the school board meeting last week, they would like a few days to process what does this mean, how are they going to function, and all that sort of thing. As far as testing is concerned, I think testing should still be available. If student athletes want to test, or students in general, as they have been able to since the beginning of the school year, test, I think it will give us great insight. It's also a very good way to ensure that there is not an outbreak on the team. There is no quicker way to cancel a week's worth of tournament or a week's worth of sporting events than an outbreak on the team. And then you have a shortened season because you have an outbreak. Spitting in a test tube twice a week is a very, very simple way to identify kids early enough so that there isn't an outbreak on the team. And making that available if children want and student athletes want to continue to do that.
Anything else, Tim?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. And I would just want to extend our gratitude to the school district and the board and all of the employees. I mean, this has been an extremely challenging environment, and our community trusts our kids under your care. And I know that, I appreciate the amazing results that you've had in terms of reducing the incidence of disease in the school system and being able to stay open. So your efforts definitely don't go unnoticed. And I'll weigh in first, just because I know mine's going to be extremely brief. Like I mentioned, we are where we are. At some point, I would love to weigh in on how we got here and what that means and how we could do it better next time. But like I mentioned before, now is not the time for that. Based on, I agree with almost everything that Tim just said. And my wish is that we rescind the order in whole, and that we rescind it no later than the end of this week. I think that would basically give until next Monday for the school district to do any type of planning, and parents to have plenty of lead time to handle things however they wish to. So that's how I feel about it. Randy, George.
I was deferring to you. I'd seen you had unmuted. So I think that every policy is context dependent. And the reason I want to say that is because I want everyone to know that the reason I'm interested in reconsidering this policy is because the context has changed. And not to get into the decisions of the past right now. That's just kind of where I'm coming from. I think that it's really clear that it's time to find a way to transition to not using masks in schools. I think that the theory of the case that's in my head for why it's time to do that is that I'll start by saying that I think we're all better off if people wear masks and continue to wear masks. I'm painfully aware that we can make rules here, and that whether or not those rules change people's behavior is a more complicated matter. I think that this rule has outlived its usefulness in terms of encouraging the behavior that we think is best, which is using masks. I think that that's the case because the reports that masks are broadly being misused, that it's creating confrontational relationships between educators and students, is troubling to me. And to me, that takes the balance from every time we talk about a face mask. One of the things we have to consider is the outcome. And the outcome is that more people will use masks, maybe not 100%, but more people will use masks if it's required. Is that outcome worth the fight that's associated with it? Is it worth trying to deputize all of our educators and principals to enforce masks rather than talk about education? And I think we've reached a point where it's not. So I want to talk about why I would support a delay. The reason I would support a delay is really simple. I want to, I'm well aware that at least half, probably many more than that, maybe a majority of families would prefer to know that everyone's wearing masks in schools. And I want to give those families, particularly those families, many of whom I think have someone who is more susceptible to severe COVID outcomes in their family. And they're going to have a hard decision to make about how to respond to this. And I want to give them some time to think through what their options are, whether they want to go to a school district that's still requiring masks, whether they need to stock up on N95s and ask their children to wear N95s, whatever that looks like. I just want to give those families, one of whom we heard from today, time to figure out how to adjust their lives. So I'll stop there. Obviously, I could keep talking about this forever, but I want to leave space for all of you.
Before Randy starts, and I see he's on mute, George, can you just clarify exactly what your recommendation is, or are you not there yet?
Exactly what my recommendation is. I think that there are elements of this public health order that need to remain in place. And I'm looking forward to a conversation where we go through those elements. In general, I think the requirement of testing and the requirement of face masks should go. And I think that the timeline that Dr. Ryan is talking about is appropriate.
Yeah, I have little interest in relitigating the past and trying to decide whether masks and vaccines worked or whether it was appropriate to do the things we did. I think we did the things we did for good reasons, and I agree that the context is changing. And I think the outcome of this conversation is clear. I think I understand what Tim would do if he were king of the world, and he's not, and neither are we really. And so I expect to rescind. I agree with his recommendation for the end of the month, and I'll vote no if that's not the case. I'll vote against it if we're not doing it if we're not making it effective at the end of the month. So I think it's clear that the data shows that masks have worked, and I think it's clear, since I'm assuming some of that data is pretty recent, that they continue to work. But I agree, after I've taken the time to talk to some of the to students about their own feelings, including students who have religiously worn their masks and commented about the behavior, that some of the behavior and respect towards wearing masks properly has slipped. I think it's ridiculous to say that a mask mandate does not affect whether people wear masks or not, so it's a waste. That's obviously silly to anyone who's being honest and looking at what they see in the places they go. More people wear masks once you get a mask mandate in order, and the longer it's in, people tend to comply, peer group pressure. But in any case, I think we've just talked this to death for the last 2 years. And so I'm in favor of the rescission with a basically about a 2-week delay.
So if I could just clarify that, Randy, so rescission, are you talking about rescinding the entire resolution in 2 weeks? And that would get rid of even, and I'm not, this is not a judgment, this is clarification.
Go ahead.
Are you saying that we do not need to mandate that the school board provide voluntary testing?
No,
My expectation is they
I didn't mean
probably
that. I was not suggesting an alternative, which is a complete rescission of everything. No.
Okay, so just the mandatory testing and the mandatory face coverings being removed, but leaving in the voluntary aspect of the testing, leaving in the requirement, of course, that there be masks on buses. I should let you know that the school board, or I should say the school superintendent, absolutely does want to point out the importance, at least I'm saying this third hand, of the necessity of the masks on the buses, because frankly, if they lose one bus driver to COVID, they're really out of luck. And they would have to close school if they can't provide transportation. So I know Tim's had that conversation with them as well. And like I said, federal law does cover that, but assuming we make whatever changes you recommend, I would leave that in. But other than that, we would get rid of the face coverings and any mandatory testing.
A quick clarifying question on that. I mean, I know the school board has their own, or the school district has their own autonomy to create rules like you can't throw an eraser at the teacher's head and whatever else they want to do. Is there anything preventing them from deciding what's appropriate for themselves, whether it's school buses or anything else, or is the only way for them to affect those regulations is through a public health order?
So in reality, if they wanted to put that type of requirement in, they would have to do that. I imagine it would be a lengthy process where they'd have to discuss it, the board would have to approve it. And then they run the risk of not having the tools that a county does when it comes to enforcing a public health order. Because it wouldn't be under the guise of a public health order, it would be just like, well, throwing erasers could very well be a battery. So let's not, there are criminal laws against stuff like that. But actually requiring a mask mandate, I think, would be more difficult, challenging for them. I don't know that it's harmful for the county to leave that in place. And as I did mention, regardless, federal laws require it.
Yeah, if federal laws require it, then why are we even having this conversation?
I just want, if the board wanted to leave that in just as a fail safe, federal laws could change too, but the Board of Health, of course, is independent.
Yeah,
you don't have to. I'm just throwing it out there.
yeah, maybe I could hear one. So I think we're getting pretty close, but I know that I saw emails, I think we all did, from educators, and I've heard from parents, and I've heard from children in the school district. And I appreciate the parent who weighed in today asking us to keep the mandate. That's the only person I've heard from asking for that in the last month. And maybe there's other people that are out there, but I have heard from countless people, including educators, who mentioned the difficulty they have having a relationship with the children, and all the challenges with the masks. So I think that I saw some viral video of children celebrating when they were able to take their masks off. I don't remember what city it happened in, but I suspect something similar is going to happen in our district when that happens. And I really don't understand why we would want to delay it. I mean, it seems like, I don't know why. The reasons that were stated, I don't think are based in science. It was kind of like, we just don't want to do it right now. Let's do it later. And I would challenge George, you and Randy to maybe consider just giving the kids a break and taking this away this week.
Sean, I'm curious, you said you didn't hear any reasons. I don't want to restate entirely the point I made about families who aren't happy with this or who have vulnerable people and wanting to give them time to adjust. Was that something that you wanted to respond to, or you just don't think?
I question how many of those people there are, and I question the need for somebody to need more than almost a week to be able to figure that out. And I think you're potentially solving a problem that doesn't exist.
Yeah. I'll just state, it's obviously, it's hard to interpret public comment, and we can never know, the minds of everyone. I'll say that one of the things, a learning moment for me, was when we rescinded the mask order last spring. It was kind of a similar context. We had a lot of people telling us to rescind it, not a lot of people reaching out proactively to keep it. And I learned through a lot of feedback from a lot of people that there were people out in the community that wanted us to keep it at that time. And so I think we can assume that that's the case here today as well.
Right. Is that our obligation, is to basically, put our finger up in the air and judge the political winds and do what you think is most popular? And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to insult you, but the other thing too, I think we should hesitate a little bit to pat ourselves on the back too much about the efficacy of this policy, because we have nothing to compare it to. I mean, I've seen in the chat multiple times, there's a neighboring school district in Platte Canyon that never had the mandate, and they also they had a very similar experience to we did. So where are we going to look at science to say that that policy actually is what saved our bacon, or our bacon might have been fine with no policy? And I don't think we can answer that question.
Yeah, and just really quickly, I'm not trying to figure out what the political headwinds are. I'm just trying to understand what the people in the community care about and how I can do the best to, accommodate the interests of everyone that I'm aware of out there as we make these decisions.
Fair enough.
Tim, I presume that you came to the conclusion and the recommendation of 2 weeks after thinking about the science and after talking with the school district. Is that correct?
Yeah, and Sean, to your point, the science is our case counts across, more importantly, the state are where we are at sort of mid-delta surge. So they're not below where we would hope they to be. And I think waiting another 2 weeks and seeing the trajectory of the downward slope, waiting 2 weeks will get us below that level, below that threshold that we used to use as a marker of case counts or hospitalizations or test positivity. Our test positivity rate is still 9. If you recall, 6 months ago, 5% was the threshold that we were striving for and hoping to get to. We're almost double that, and that's now the acceptable rate. So the science is waiting another 2 weeks. I'm hopeful that we can get down below that 5% in those 2 weeks, as we saw a 4% drop over the last week. So there is some rationale and thought behind it. Is it perfect? Do we have the absolute comparisons? No. All the public health directors in the state asked CDPHE and the Department of Education before we started this school year that they in fact collect data. Neither one of them did, basically leaving us in the situation where we are, not being able to compare ourselves to others, not being able to make the scientific comparisons. We as public health directors begged them to do that, and neither agency did any of it, much to our chagrin. So we knew that this situation would be coming, and we wanted to learn as public health directors. We wanted that data to be collected so we could have this very discussion with data, with backing, and it never happened, unfortunately.
Okay, George, Randy, anything else?
Oh, I think there are the families of about 1 million people across the United States that would argue whether we've been trying to solve a problem that didn't exist over the last 2 years. And it obviously still exists. And when I think about that million, and I look at the data-driven charts that we were looking at a little bit ago, just about the facts, the statistics surrounding vaccinations, and when I look at the same kind of things I've seen that have been done with masks, I don't think they're made up stories. I don't think they're things that they forgot to do the math right or check the math. I'm guessing that we probably saved a lot of lives over the last year throughout the United States with a lot of these policies. And And I think the states early on, the states that didn't do those things saw different kinds of outcomes. And but we talk about COVID fatigue. I'm wearying of talking about things that should be blatantly, patently obvious on their face until we're just passing out. I mean, I could wear a mask. The mask wouldn't be bothering me, but I'm getting winded from having to talk about it for so long. So anyway, I said what I was ready to do a while ago, which was to pass what was proposed with the delay that Dr. Ryan proposed after looking and thinking about health and science and talking to the school district about what was pragmatic.
Yeah, and one thing I would add to that, and I'll bring this up later, I'm sure, Johns Hopkins, a resource that we all came to trust early on and throughout the pandemic, came out with some really interesting information, including the possibility that our policies created 250,000 excess deaths in the United States throughout this. So that's not lost on me.
Yeah, I mean, over the years, the data will become available and the bandwidth will be had to do the kinds of analyses that can do more than speculate.
Right.
And
More
everyone on
science
this,
will be better.
yeah,
Sorry.
everyone on this screen will be, judged by history.
Go ahead, George.
I was just going to try to get us back to, I think there's a couple of little kind of narrow things that are maybe sitting out there. Sean, I had heard you pushing back on whether we needed to keep the requirement for masks on buses, given that it exists in federal law. Just to provide my perspective on that, I don't really have a strong opinion. I could see it being left to the federal government and the school district to figure it out, and that would make sense to me. If there's a good reason why we would keep this in our local public health order as well, I'm all ears for it. But I would like for the organizations that we trust, including the federal government and the school board, to be able to be nimble.
Is there anything else in the public health order that we need to retain or that you're wishing to retain, George, or was that the item that you were hoping to keep?
The school buses, when I learned that it was a federal rule, my desire to keep it went to, it's a casual academic. It's not important. It's not germane. It doesn't change anything on the ground. The piece that I would like to keep in there that I'm hearing suggested stay in there is basically 3A, school and childcare guidance, with a modification to it that the testing for student athletes or those participating in extracurriculars is a recommendation and not a requirement.
Why do we need that? Why do we need, I'm sorry, why do we need to mandate something that's optional?
There are other things. If you take a look at that, it's on page 4 of that section, 3A. I think in general, the state is starting to think about a transition from contact tracing approach to prevention to more of a traditional, what we would do if we found a measles, mumps, rubella outbreak. There's documentation about how that transition will take place. And the recommendation from the state is that transition shouldn't take place until we are down below severe, or I think even moderate transmission per the CDC. And so given that the state is still recommending that we do a contact tracing approach to mitigating spread in the schools, I think that section 3AI is what we need to facilitate that. It talks about requiring parents to report positive tests to the school. It talks about requiring people to stay home if they're sick, other stuff like that.
Do you have any thoughts, George, about what criteria would cause you to feel comfortable getting rid of this entire public health order, including that part?
Yeah, it is. I would just go. I think our friends at CDPHE have kind of laid out a pathway, which is that once we drop out of moderate case rates, the recommendation is that we then go into this other model for outbreak control. And that's, I'm basically just paraphrasing a document from CDPHE.
George, would you be seeking to retain the monitoring system that's required currently? If you look at I4 and 5, it talks about the monitoring system. Obviously, they've already implemented that, so it would be changed to maintaining. But are you looking for that to be maintained as well?
I am scrolling around and lost the tab. I have that.
And while he's doing that, Peter, could you give me a quick readout on what, not that I'm going to follow or want to follow whatever our neighbors did, but what Gilpin County, Summit County, Jefferson County have done with respect to their public health orders and or the timing of those public health order decisions? And if you don't have that data, maybe Tim does, or George or Randy.
I do not have that data. I've read so many different things about what different counties are doing. I'm not sure, but Tim may.
I don't know all the counties, obviously. I know Jefferson County rescinded theirs, but it kept the BOCC as it is required by federal law. Larimer County similarly. Denver County, I know their intent was to keep it through the month. I don't know. Trying to keep track of every county around us is a full-time job in and of itself. So
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to ask if Tim knew whether or not they rescinded them in their entirety or not.
That I don't know.
Okay. I mean, I'm fine with keeping that part. I think it's probably not necessary. And I think I saw in the chat, I don't know if this is true, but I do believe I heard that Jeffco's expired yesterday. I think I saw an email from Linda from Gilpin County that theirs did as well. So if there's any way either of you, both of you would consider doing it this Friday, that would make me feel better about voting for this, but I'm going to vote for it no matter what. I will take a limited victory at this time.
And just to clarify, I am proposing a modification specifically to 3AI5. Peter, I think that's what you were asking me. 3AI5 has a requirement for students participating in extracurricular activities. And I think we're talking about changing that to a suggestion.
So the word requires would become recommends.
Yeah, and if I might add, I would highly recommend anyone who is unvaccinated or has not had COVID in the last 60 days, I strongly encourage you to continue to wear a mask.
But back to what George was talking about, 3AI5, correct? Implement a monitoring system which requires all students and adults participating in school-based extracurricular activities, etc., to be tested, correct? And you want to change requires to recommends. Is that correct? Or something that accomplishes that intent? Is that what I understood?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it seems like it would be which provides the opportunity or something like that. But I'll leave it to Peter to get the words right on that. Erica Haig has been tracking this. You might see what she's putting into the chat. Thank you, Erica.
So then what would we be keeping out of this existing public health order?
What you would be removing essentially is any requirement for face masks. Although it sounds like I don't know if, I didn't get from George whether he was looking for a recommendation to still wear them. And you would be changing required testing to recommended that people get tested. You would change the implementing a program to whether you still want that program of monitoring to continue or not. You do have to make that decision. The idea, just putting it out there, that you are still recommending that these different criteria be followed in masks and so forth. There's no basis to have that in a resolution.
Or a public health order.
In a public health order. Just because all it is doing is a recommendation, that can also be a public service announcement on our Facebook page and on our webpage and issued by public health. Putting it in a resolution from the Board of Health that is going to be, that is essentially an order from the Board of Health, does not really change anything from a legal perspective. And what I would like the board to consider is avoiding confusion. And the more that something exists out there in the ether, the more it could be confused and create more issues.
Yeah, I don't know, and this is not a strong opinion, I don't know that the public health order needs to list the things we're recommending of people. I'd be really surprised if people were digging into our public health orders to figure out what we're recommending.
Yeah, agreed.
I do just want to comment that I know that there is still comment going on in the chat. Public comment ended when Sean ended it. And although I realize there is discussion in the chat, typically speaking, that's not something that the board needs to be taken into consideration. That's when people have the opportunity to speak. I just want you to be aware of that. If we had experts other than Dr. Ryan here to speak, then it would make sense to have the communication. I just want you to take what you're seeing in the chat as simply public comment, but it shouldn't even be there. But unfortunately, we don't have a way to shut the chat off.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's been a problem in the past. I mean, I hear what you're saying, Peter. I think people have been pretty respectful, and it seems like people use it in the spirit of trying to, for the most part, pass along relevant information. So you answered the question backwards, Peter. I think somebody asked, or maybe I'm asking, what do we want to leave left? What's important to leave left? And it sounds like recommendations are probably not necessary or appropriate. And I would maybe even categorize noting a voluntary opportunity as possibly fitting into that category. So what is it that we think is necessary and appropriate to leave in the public health order?
How do we determine, should there be anything left that determines policies about quarantine, or should there not? In other words, how do we control spread of the virus within the school without masks? And the only way left is to make sure that people who are sick stay home. And that when somebody's tested positive, that there's a period of quarantine, right? So is that handled? Is that handled efficiently through other means?
Or how do we handle it for mumps or any of the other diseases that have been around forever?
So there's a state statute that requires all communicable diseases are reportable. Unfortunately, we have had people in the community who do send their children to school sick. Unfortunate reality. But they are required by law, by state law, to report an actual illness, particularly when it is tested. So you get a measles, mumps, rubella test, it's positive, it's required by law to report that. Similarly with COVID. The challenge now is these at-home tests. There are many people who took those and either got a positive, didn't report it, got a positive and sent their kid to school anyway. So there is a state statute that does in fact cover that. That's how we handle all infectious diseases, communicable diseases in the school system. When a case is identified, that child is removed instantly, and we handle the case investigation in very much the same exact way.
So then what I'm hearing is this potentially another belt and suspender solution similar to the school bus one. Like the problem's already solved. Our public health order wouldn't be enforcing anything that wasn't already there.
I don't think, and Tim, if you do, I'd appreciate it, and be impressed that you did. I don't know that we have the information at hand right now to crosswalk what's in state law to what is in this public health order. And I think just for the sake of helping everybody understand what's out there and what we're asking people to do, I think it makes sense to leave that in this public health order.
I'm fine with that. Would you be okay with us revisiting that in 2 weeks just to see if we did something that was meaningless?
Are you talking about the whole of number 3 again, George? Or
that's what I thought Sean was asking about. Yeah.
Yep.
Just making sure I understand it's confusing as we start jumping back and forth between state and county and exactly what we're keeping and not, because we just talked about recommendations and their uselessness, but for the time being, or their pointlessness, I'll say that, in a public health order is supposed to order something as opposed to recommend it, I think is what Peter was getting at. But I'm okay with leaving 3. I think there's some value to it. I think the bus thing is a good idea as well. But
as far as when we would drop that, I don't know. Sean, I'm happy to revisit it at any time where the context changes sufficiently that we would want to. And by that, I mean, I think we would be looking at when we fall out of the CDC's definition of moderate case spread in the community. Which I think is pretty low. I think CDP says severe and the state of Colorado says moderate.
We have 9 minutes left to talk about this.
And the outcome would be sort of a verbal description of what we want this order to say, worded in a motion, and then just executed by attorney and the public health director, not another special meeting to approve it. Is that?
You can make the motion giving direction to staff to effect whatever the board's direction is. So we don't need to bring back the resolution to you for formal approval at that point. As long as I have the overall idea of what you're looking for. So in this instance, for example, it would be a motion to amend, you would be amending Public Health Order 2105, Board of Health Order 2105, amending that resolution rather, and to remove the requirements for face coverings, to remove any provisions related to mandatory testing, but maintaining the ability for voluntary testing, if that's how you decide to do it, monitoring consistent with CDPHE recommendations, CDC recommendations, something to that effect. And I would work with Tim to make sure that that makes sense. You know, it sounds to me like the school board through our public health department anyway would be providing voluntary testing, and that anybody who wants it would be able to get it. So again, ideally we could make this as simple as possible. If something is voluntary, then as long as the school board's going to allow for it to occur and public health can provide the testing, do you need to maintain that aspect of the order? The face coverings, it sounds like regardless, the face coverings are gone. The only distinction is, are they gone at the end of this week or in a week and a half, essentially, which is the end of the month on the 28th, or 2 weeks at the end of the month on the 28th.
Two things occur. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So that's where you are. Based on just, I mean, I hate to say that I Googled it during the meeting, but that's essentially what I did based on what I'm looking at. Most of the counties have rescinded these in their entirety and been done. And I that's not intended to sway the discussion. That's completely the board's choice. But again, to revisit it down the road may not make any more sense than just addressing it at this point.
From a legal perspective, what's the soonest that this board could lift those restrictions or eliminate that previous public health order?
Or you could do it effective now. Once you pass it, it becomes effective. Usually I put an effective time or something like that, but I wouldn't need to. It would become effective upon adoption. But you certainly can make it effective 2 weeks from now at 11:59 on February 28th.
And we might even say 27th. That's why I started to interject a moment ago, because I'm thinking about Monday versus Tuesday, breaks at the end of the week.
Okay. So, however you would want to do that makes sense. Just keep in mind, the board can always, as much as the board can come back in 2 weeks and get rid of more, the board can come back in 2 weeks and say, you know what, I think we need this one aspect because this isn't working right. And they can do that too. I think it's unlikely the board would need to do that. I expect, based on what Tim has been saying, we would need to see another surge dramatically that would end up coming through all the school, the school. And I don't believe we have anybody from the school system on the line, like anywhere in the attendee list that could come over and speak to the board's recommendation, to the district's recommendation.
Actually, there's multiple board members over there.
But do you want to hear from anybody on that? They can't speak individually unless the district's taken action, of course, but they can certainly offer their own opinion if they wish to. But they may not wish to, because ultimately this is a Board of Health decision.
I'm neutral on that.
If anybody from the school board has something they'd like to say, I'm happy to hear it.
I think if it's said on behalf of the school board, I think we limited public comment a little bit ago. We had that comment, but as far as if they have something to say regarding school board operations or school board recommendations at this moment, or administration.
I don't see any hands yet, but I also want to
see one.
Oh, good. Okay. But I was going to say that I know Tim has spoken to them as well, spoken to the superintendent. So.
Hi, Erica, we see you. There you are.
Hi. I was kind of pausing to see if Sandy was going to raise her hand to speak, but yes, we have already discussed all of this as a school board. I know Dr. Ryan listened in. I know George, you listened in on our board meeting. And, at the time, really, if your question is kind of about timing, our discussion at the time last week was really to say that, we would start working on our messaging as of last week, because it's not a matter of when the mask or if the mask mandate would lift, it's really when, right? We knew it, whether it's this week, next week, a month from now, 2 months from now, at some point the mandate would lift. And so there's really no point in delaying kind of creating that messaging. So we are prepared, I guess, whenever you recommend that this happens, that we will be able to get that messaging out to the schools. Very important on our side that we do continue the optional testing and optional masking without any retribution towards, students or educators who choose to continue masking or testing, even going so far as to say that we may put it in school policy that mask shaming is, will fall under bullying and harassment, because that's not acceptable. People who choose to continue to wear them should be able to without fear of how that will affect them. Was there anything else, sorry, that you wanted me to touch on?
I do want to just point out that that last part, which is very helpful, is not something really the Board of Health can do, but
Right.
definitely within the school district's ability to put a policy like that. And that's where I guess the issue of allowing for the voluntary testing comes in. Does that have a way of having an impact on going towards that feeling? So there isn't such shaming of testing and masking and so forth. But again, that's a board decision on our part. So thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
And I have a quick question for Tim. Is it safe for me to assume that the availability of voluntary testing at the school is going to happen no matter how this discussion ends today?
It is, yeah, and there seems to be some confusion in the community around monies and the state, it has a contract directly with COVIDcheck Colorado. We are really facilitating the whole thing, not in any way, shape, or form get any money, see any money, none of that. So the contract is through the state. COVIDcheck will be at the school system and will maintain that. I know the school system has hired a part-time nurse to help facilitate the training. Again, completely independent, and the school board and school system runs that. So whether you put it in the order or not, that testing will still be available. The contract is through March, I believe, that the state has with them. I don't know yet if they're going to extend that or not past the end of March. Again, I'm not a part of that conversation. That's a state contract.
Okay, thanks. All right, so I think maybe it's time for someone to make a motion, and yeah, I would make the friendly request that we consider dropping the public health ordinance entirety. I think what I heard is that there's really no legal reason for us to keep any part of it based on existing statutes and regulations at the federal and state level, and that we consider having the kids have the same freedoms that all their neighboring kids have in other counties. Not necessarily saying we're going to do this today, although I would vote for that if I have one other vote for that. But perhaps just maybe at the end of this week, we can lift the restrictions which would give plenty of time for the parents to take whatever actions they wanted. And it sounds like the school board's ready to do this whenever we are.
I think I'm going to go ahead and make an attempt to articulate a motion here that's in keeping with Tim's recommendation. So I move we amend Public Health Order 21-05 to remove requirements for face coverings, to remove requirements for mandatory testing, to retain Section 3 with a modification to item 5, changing the requirement, dropping the requirement, and to retain anything else that needs to be retained in this public health order for it to stand up. And then just lastly, to be a little bit more specific about the modification to 3AI5, we are talking about changing the requirement to students to participate in the testing and not changing the requirement of the school district to maintain that program. Does that cover everything?
That darn mute button. The only additional thing would be that you direct the county attorney to make any other additional changes that are non-substantive in order to make the resolution be current and updated.
I heard George say that in different words. Yeah, he did state that intent.
Yeah, please add Peter's words to my motion, just to cover all the, what did you say earlier, Sean? Belt and suspenders.
And can we be specific about the date? Because you said in keeping with Tim's recommendation, we kicked around a couple of different, Sean mentioned the end of this week. I mentioned the 27th, so it breaks on a weekend, and they don't come in and wear masks for Monday and not for Tuesday on the 28th. But should we be specific about that?
Yeah,
Make
I'll
it
just
the
say,
26th, which would be the Saturday after the end of next week also.
so midnight on the 26th, effective midnight on the 26th. I'm kind of pulling that out of a hat, but I agree with you, Randy. There's no reason to do it on the 28th.
Actually, it would be 11:59 on the 25th PM, and just do it that way.
On
Okay.
Friday, sure, because that's the end of school on that, for that
Right.
week, fine.
Okay.
Anything else, Peter? George? I didn't want to waste it. I didn't want to throw out a second prematurely. Second.
All right. Do you feel like we have a solid motion, Peter, that you can proceed on?
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. We have a valid motion and a second. Any final discussion? See none, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I just want to say thanks, Tim, for all your research, and you, Peter, for being a solid resource that you always are. And thank you so much for all the engagement from the community. I love seeing this many people be paying attention to what happens in their county government. And thank you for your attendance. With all that said, I believe we have one more agenda item starting at noon. Does anybody, I don't know that this is going to take us a whole lot of time. Does George, Randy, do you guys want a quick 5 minute to go do whatever you want to do, or you just want to press on?
I think we're going to need to press on pretty quickly. I have to say that I'm going to have a time crunch. You know, I have that other meeting at 1, and I remember that I had verbally stated prior to that, I'd given a request, and I really need to be out by like about 12:45 or something to get ready for that meeting. And so we're going to be pretty pressed on our executive session today. So I think we should use every minute we can till about 12:45.
Okay, fair enough. So then is this, oh goodness, this is a work session, so no decisions will be made, but 12 p.m. item, work session to discuss formation of a community foundation. Brian.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not so sure I have a lot to say here. I'm kind of operating at a deficit given most of the work on this has happened prior to my time with the county, but I did give you an agenda background memo that kind of speaks to some of the most recent history that has occurred around the discussions of the board and the formations of a community foundation. I was answering a question that George was posing on this item. It sounds like it certainly predates everyone on the screen with respect to conversations about the formation of a community foundation. It is in your strategic objectives that we're going to be reviewing next week, a week from today, actually. With that in mind, it was assigned to a staff member who is no longer with the county, who did do some research with the Grand Foundation and Community First, which is what resulted in the attached sample agreement that Community First provided. And again, I also know there was some pretty detailed conversations with the Grand Foundation as well with respect to what they might be able to do. Community First is an entity that would solely hold the donations. It would hold the money being fundraised. They do nothing else. No programming, none of that. Grand Foundation does do a little bit of more programming than the Community First Foundation, but that right there is probably the extent of my knowledge at this point. And so I'll turn it back over to the board for your discussion on this topic.
Yep, and I would add, maybe I don't quite, I think that you may have created a little bit of a misleading impression, because in some ways, Community First does many things that no other community foundation in Colorado does, such as puts on and provides matching grant funds for the Colorado Gives Day. So they are a little bit different for sure. But this is something that we've been talking about for quite a while. We had Kelly Duncan, who's the Community First CEO, and Ken Kerwin, who's the Chief Financial Officer, present to the board, boy, a long time ago, probably over a year ago. And
November 24th.
Yeah, and they gave us a presentation which would allow us to essentially create a franchise operating under their umbrella. And that would, and I saw some of your questions, George, that, or Brian passed along a few. And my understanding of that is essentially to outsource the financial management element of it, and also some of the administrative and grant receiving part of it, and basically be the custodian to hold the funds and to invest the funds potentially. And that the part of it that Clear Creek would be agreeing to would be the governance, the advertising, the marketing, the branding, and then also to create the function that would determine the areas of focus within the community where the funds would be best used, and then also to raise the money to go out into the community and to find the funds for people who wanted to invest in Clear Creek. And I know that this idea has broad support from numerous businesses and community leaders, and also we're being encouraged to do this as well by Freeport McMoran, and they've offered to help us financially and logistically to get this thing off the ground. So I've been asking Brian to start this conversation again, and I think maybe my expectations are no more than that, that just basically we have a conversation about this right now and figure out what your appetite, George and Randy, is to move forward, or how you want to move forward, or what kind of questions that you feel like are unanswered that you need to get answered. In my mind, I think it is going to be challenging to find the volunteers who are going to help us. And I think there's a good reason why this hasn't happened yet. It's because nobody has been the champion. And my own personal view is that I feel very comfortable having the county be the champion and the catalyst to get this thing off the ground. But I think that, like many community efforts, it belongs in the community. And then the last thing I'll say about it is the school district, we kind of talked informally with them, and they are in some ways kind of off and running and decided not to wait for us anymore, is kind of my interpretation of what they're doing. And I do think that there's still the opportunity to, in a very collaborative, mutually beneficial way, to collaborate with the school district. Because one of the mild concerns I have is we don't have a huge roster and alumni of volunteers here in Clear Creek County, right? I mean, you kind of tend to see some of the same people cycling from one volunteering opportunity to the next, and eventually getting burned out. And so in some ways, I think it might be a little bit unfortunate if we decide to go from 0 community foundations to 2 in Clear Creek County. But with all that said, the school district has their own strategic plan. They have their own stakeholders, and I respect whatever they decide to do. But anyway, I didn't intend this to be a monologue, but that's just sort of my recollection of the background of where we are, and my explanation of why I want to start talking about this again.
I guess I'll share my thoughts next. Looking at the sample contract, there are a couple surprises. I'm not sure that sample contract is reflective of what was discussed. And what I mean when I say that, Sean, is I remember us talking about having a Clear Creek County Foundation branded franchise. I don't see mention of that in the agreement. And I see the agreement mentioning a 3% fee. And maybe you can help me remember. I thought I had remembered part of the reason we went with Community First instead of the Grand Foundation was offering 3% and Community First was offering 1%. So we might need to circle that square that.
Yeah, and I'll have to go back and look or ask Ken about that. But my suspicion is the 3% is reflective of credit card transactions, which I think the credit card company is consuming 2% of that. I thought the 1% was for check, ACH, essentially a non-credit card type of a transaction where Community First could retain the 1% fee to, pay their operational costs. But that's a question that would be pretty easy to get answered.
To get an apples and apples comparison, we need to know that about both, because I recall that same conversation. I mean, the idea that community is less expensive. And so, I mean, it's just important information to have. It doesn't mean you don't necessarily choose them at the end of the day, but I'd like the choice to be based on accurate information.
I just raised my hand, and Brian would not have been aware of this most likely. Maybe he was. I have a draft agreement that Alyssa had been working on, and I had seen the original draft that was sent to the Community First Foundation. It was based off a similar agreement we had related to, and I want to say it was COVID funds, but in terms of distribution that I thought we had with Community First, but don't quote me on that. It's been a while. But what I want to do, if you'd like, I can share that draft, at least so you see what it is, because some of the things that I think George raised, we actually may have even addressed. So again, this is just a draft, but I will share it at this moment, and hopefully I will share it correctly. Let's see. So you should see on your screen now, do you see Clear Creek County Community Foundation Fund Agreement?
Yep.
So this was one version that was sent to them. And as I said, it was based on another agreement that the county had. You know what, now that I think about it, that had to do with distribution of the Clear Creek County, what is now the Health and Wellness Center, certain aspects of fundraising related to that, or the way that the money would be handled as far as that goes. What we did is we took in an original and then put in essentially different values. And here, if you see on it where the cursor is, you'll see the administrative fee of 1%, George. So that's where we ended up changing some of those things. That was one alternative. The other was that be in terms of some sort of reimbursement. But I will tell you the way it was left when Alyssa was conversing directly with the Community First Foundation is that I think there were certain issues that still needed to be figured out. And then it was a matter of, okay, next steps. What I don't remember, and I'll be candid with you, is whether or not it was left at the kind of on the side for Community First to come back, or whether they wanted us to move forward. And
the ball was in our court.
Okay, so if the ball was in our court, then, and I expect that once Alyssa left, there was nobody to move that ball along. I have to look through the emails to see whether there was additional communication that Alyssa had, which I can easily do. But this is the main agreement. I am going to see if I can find, well, I will do a search and I'll provide that. Maybe we can bring it back. We'll see what Brian can do in terms of moving the ball along, but then maybe we can come back with some additional discussion, because we had worked on this and I think there is a way to do it.
Yeah, and that document I saw is 2 years old, so I'm pretty sure that's the document related to fundraising for the clinic.
Okay, so then we may have done there. I know for a fact that Alyssa and I worked on subsequent agreements and proposals. So it's a matter of me locating that, and then I'll provide it to Brian and we can go back and bring that back.
There's a lot we have not discussed here.
Okay.
I mean, it's one thing signing this agreement. It's a whole other thing of getting this off the ground. And that's my major concern, is who is doing that? Because I don't have anyone that I can assign that to.
That's the thing that I think the outcome from the work session to begin negotiations with Community First. My support for that, I think, was a little misinformed. And I'm not trying to cast aspersions on anyone but myself. The thing that I didn't understand was that we still have to figure out who's administering any programs we create. Like if we did rental relief, who's processing the applications, all of that stuff. And I'll say that I'm in support of the county working towards how we can stand up a community foundation. I think that it's a need in this community. I think that the reason we keep talking about it and have been talking about it for so long is because we acknowledge that it probably won't happen without some without us acting as a catalyst. That said, it's kind of reminiscent of the housing conversation, right? Where the board has known for a long time we want to invest more in housing, and it's taken us years to figure out how to have a plan around that. And I hope that we don't take years to figure out how to have a plan on this as well. It feels to me like it's a matter of priorities. And Sean, you said something a while back that has been reverberating around in my skull since you said it, which is sometimes it feels like this board wants to make everything a top priority. I don't think we can do that. And so maybe this is most appropriately brought into our retreat, where we really kind of talk about priorities.
Yep. Yeah. And I think that's something that this board needs to get clear on, is what are our priorities? Because, when your vision's clear, the answers become pretty easy, and you can find the resources you want when you decide it's important enough.
But true, but that means certain things then have to come off the plate. Because our people
I agree 100%.
Because people are at capacity right now, and balls are being dropped. And
Yep.
that's my big concern. And I think you all know that already.
Yeah, we had a tough moment just this morning.
Yeah, just so you know, I did find that draft. And just to give you an update, looking through the emails, I realize now my memories were fresh on this. It does look like just literally when Brian came on board, Alyssa advised the Community First Foundation that she would need to get with Brian, because he was the new county manager, to see next steps forward. We did provide that agreement to Brian. And that's back in June. The problem is that so many other things took place that the additional follow through simply didn't occur. We were trying to looks like we were trying to coordinate something, but I think Brian's exact point was the staff of not being able to accomplish this task. But so we do have a first draft. I won't bother showing you, but it is more updated, just so you know. And it looks like that one is dated. So hold on, I have to open it up, but that latest farewell, looks like that's still the old draft too. So I guess we didn't get very far now that I'm looking at it.
Yeah, I just have a couple things to close, and we can move on to something else after anyone else wants to weigh in. But it was never my assumption that the county staff were going to be doing 100% of the heavy lifting on this. I mean, this is a project that affects everyone in this whole county. And I think the whole idea with signing the agreement, I don't believe it's binding in any way. I believe it essentially just removes an obstacle to actually continue to make progress. And I personally would not like to see the county staff be cheerleading this or to be taking the bull by the horns. I think, and I would be happy to facilitate some conversations. I think this is a conversation we need to have with Loveland Ski Area, with the city of Idaho Springs, with pretty much all of the stakeholders and Henderson Mine, all the stakeholders in the county. And if we collectively decide we don't care about this enough, and this is something Sean and George care about and no one else does, then we'll bury it. And it'll be the end of that conversation for now. But I hope that's not the case.
Don't leave me out of that list, dude. I'm very interested in this too. I've just been being quiet. That's all. It's probably seemed odd to you, so you couldn't fathom it, me being quiet.
Anything else from you, George or Randy?
So I'm hearing next step is continue this conversation during the retreat.
Yes.
Okay. I got my agenda here again. It looks like we are at the end of our published agenda, and we have at least one executive session to fit in the next 25 minutes or 20 minutes or so.
Yep, just one, and then we're done.
No, we weren't done with the second one.
We did we not complete the discussion of the second one? Okay.
No.
I'll re-announce that one relating to 240 Colorado Highway 103. Was that the one? Yeah. Okay.
So I moved the board
just
into
need to
move the board move into executive session to discuss the following matters.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224A and E, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest in property located at 240 Colorado, 103 Idaho Springs, Colorado. And that also may also include the acquisition of that property, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned property. The second topic of executive session would be for the county attorney pursuant to 24640224B and E, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to entering into a new intergovernmental agreement with Clear Creek County Fire Authority prior to or upon expiration of the current agreement, and 2, determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the new intergovernmental agreement with Clear Creek Fire Authority.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Same Zoom link.
Same Zoom link.
All right. See you guys over there. All right. We have returned from our executive session, which no written minutes were kept. It was recorded and no decisions were made. And this concludes the Board of County Commissioner meeting for March 15th. Thank you, everyone, for your participation. We're having another March 15th, February 15th. We're having another scheduled Board of County Commissioner meeting, public meeting at 6 p.m. on Thursday, or is it tomorrow? On Thursday, the 7th May. It's a long meeting today, February 17th. All right, I'll see everybody there.
Thanks, everyone.